Should I put it on? Sorry, colleagues. So, I know it's a minute to the starting time. 2 minutes on some clocks. That really reflect a lot of the work that you've all done. Over to the Deputy Minister, can I say that? Or you will let me know? I can welcome people. Okay, 5 minutes. Thanks very much. So, welcome to the Department of Basic Education. Welcome to this extremely important event, but also welcome on behalf of the department and on behalf of readers and learners, the 13 million of them in our system, who really rely on the work that's been done to define and to quantify proficiency, to help to chart the way forward in terms of language development in our sector and in the country as a whole. So welcome. Thank you so much for all your efforts, your support, the hard work that's gone into the creation of benchmarks, reading benchmarks in our different languages. We're not finished. I think we have 3 more outstanding, but I know also in relation to the sleepless nights that have been had by many of you around the tables, it's extremely important work that we really appreciate in terms of the curriculum, in terms of how we measure performance and how we measure how well we're doing, but more importantly, how we then support and remediate what we find to make sure that children can actually read, more children can read for meaning and be prepared for their schooling career and post-school and work opportunities afterwards. So thank you very much for being here. You will tell me when the DM is ready. You have in front of you a program which, oh, she's ready, great. Thank you very much, Veda. So over to DM, who will.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I don't know if I'm audible.
Yes, you are, DM.
Oh, yes, thank you so much. To you, Program Director, Deliwe Luga. Oh, yeah, I'm switching. Am I still audible?
Yes, DM.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Program Director. Greeting Dr. F. Wilson from US8, Dr. A. Dube from UNICEF, Dr. Maha, I love this surname because it's my name, and Dr. R. Ramhoshi from the University of Pretoria, Professor Pistorius from UNISA, Dr. S. Taylor, the Director for Education Sector for the Department, Education Sector Partners and Collaborations, all stakeholders, DBE officials, provincial education officials, and all those that are listening in all the other platforms that are set for this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great privilege and honor for me to welcome you as we launch and engage on this important development in our country, the establishment of early grade reading benchmark. As you all know, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, has continued to elevate the importance of reading in the early grades. In his State of the Nation address in 2019, he said, "Early reading is the basic foundation that determines a child's educational progress through school, higher education, and into the workplace. All other interventions, from the work being done to improve the quality of basic education to the provision of free higher education for the poor, from the investment in TVs to the expansion of workplace learning, will not produce the results we need unless we first ensure that children can read. It's therefore clear that from the top leadership that the mastery of reading in the early grades is the bedrock of our society. As the Department of Basic Education, we continue to have reading the sector priority. Over the past years, have providing class on how to teach read in African languages through the development of the for reading in African languages, and more recently, the development of foundation phase reading manuals, which will be shared broadly soon. The development of public release of the reading benchmarks is another contribution to continue to create credible support mechanism and measurements of reading for all our languages. These benchmarks were developed to provide a shared vision of what reading proficiency mean for each of our languages. We want the teachers of CPD, whether they are in Limpopo, Gauteng, or any part of our country, have the same understanding of the reading expectation we have as a country. This is possible because regardless of where we are or where one is in the country, these language group specific benchmarks applies to all of us. The methods and used make sure that they are relevant for every classroom regardless of quintile. We believe that this information will equip teachers to adjust their teaching to meet these early benchmarks already from grade 1 to that of the children read for meaning by the age of 10. At a provincial and national level, these benchmarks will allow us to track our own progress as a system, even before international and regional assessment such as PALS and SACMEC tell us. They allow us to reflect on our progress and intervention in the early grades. I am really pleased that these benchmarks have been developed for each and every one of our languages and are not just adapted from English. This linguistic integrity and value for our languages have been carefully addressed in a collaboration between linguists, reading theory, academics, education specialists, and data analysis. I am confident of integrity of this work. Even in the case of English additional benchmarks that are being today, these are on data from quintile 1 to 3 schools, where children learn English first additional language, and so they are sensitive to the development of a third language among the majority of our learners. Today, you will hear more Sotho Setswana language, Afrikaans, additional language benchmark. This, the total number of language benchmarked to 9. We intend our goals to have all the language benchmarked by the beginning of 2024. On behalf of the Department of Basic Education, I would like to acknowledge the provided by the department, but more than that, we acknowledge the work done by our funders, our partners, academics, linguists, and analysts. Without you, we cannot achieve to do this work as a department alone. Finally, Program Director, while these benchmarks are valid in their own right, their true value will be found as they are used in classrooms, homes, universities, and the workplace. I encourage all of us here to leverage this public good. Thank you so much. I wish I was there in person. Unfortunately, the duty called me otherwise, but I wish this session well throughout the day. You are all welcomed to the Department of Basic Education. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Thank you, DM, and thank you for the reminder of A, why we're doing this, and B, what's been done. We're going to be talking a lot more about some of the things that the Deputy Minister has raised, and also interacting with our colleagues later on this afternoon about how we can actually use these benchmarks. So extremely, extremely important. I'm going to now, I've been given 3 hats. I'm going to now go through a review of recent efforts to benchmark early reading skills in South African languages. And I'm going to myself go through the presentation. I'm going to ask somebody to actually make sure that I'm on time, Mpumi. Mpumi always does that, so that's extremely useful. And she will wrench the microphone from me 5 minutes to the time. So I'll do that. We're then going to have presentations and on linguistic features of Sesotho Setswana languages, and then go through, have a presentation also from Dr. Makgabo and Ramakoshi, and then reading benchmarks and just the process. Mpumi will take us through that. And then Lisang Sebayang will take us through home language reading, especially focusing on the empirical evidence in both the Nguni and the Sesotho Setswana languages. And then we'll have discussion and tea, and then we'll have one of our development partners, Felicia Wilson-Young, who the DM mentioned earlier. And we'll have Professor Lily Pretoria, sorry, you've been renamed, Lily, reading benchmarks for Afrikaans and the linguistic features of that. We'll have 2 presentations. Sorry, go back again. We'll have reading benchmarks for English as first additional language by Kolosa Nonkenge from the Department of Basic Education, joining Lily to talk about English as a first additional language. We will then have a session that's chaired by Dr. Andile Dube, and examine both the linguistic features of Afrikaans and benchmarks. Dr. Barons and Dr. Kotze, our own. So you can see that this is a DBE, it really is a DBE a partnership with our partners in the different sessions. We'll have lunch, and then we'll have a session that really talks about the sector response, the uses, utility, and actually what are we going to do with these things now that we've developed them? How are we going to use them? How are we going to make things better in terms of proficiency? How will we use these instrumentally, but also technically to enhance the work we do in schools and in classrooms? Because if it just sits in a report or sits as something that we finished, it is not useful. How do we use that to advance the learning agenda in the department? And how do we then use these in the education ecosystem? And we'll be speaking to colleagues after that, after lunch, about from the DBE, from our partners, from provincial departments. Thank you very much, Northwestern Gauteng, but also other provinces that are here. Thank you very much to our colleagues, development partners, particularly, who will also be reflecting on some of the work that they do in the civil society NGO space, but also within international agencies and organizations. A little bit more about that later. So I will get into my presentation now. So, or the presentation, should I say, because it's not my presentation necessarily, it's our presentation. So reading benchmarks in African languages. Can you hear me? Why do we need them for the early grades? We have some very concerning and shocking metrics when we look at reading. We have some really important concerns about the proficiency of our young people, but also what then that blocks in terms of their ability to engage with text, in terms of their understanding of what it is that happens in school, but also in terms of just how that then affects their life and work opportunities. It's extremely important to remember that what sits under the assessment results that we see, whether we're talking about the PEARLS data, whether we're talking about national assessments whether we're talking about national assessments, or whether we're talking about systemic evaluation assessment results. Sorry, can I just ask for everybody to switch off their phones, alarms, and everything else? Why do we bother with reading benchmarks? Why do we want to know what the proficiency levels are? And why do we want why do we bother with benchmarks in different African languages and in the early grades in South Africa? So we know how dire the situation is. We want to know, especially we want to know how dire the situation is. We want to be able to measure proficiency in the different languages. We have 11 official languages plus one. And we want to get a sense of what we can do as an education community and as the department particularly to move the learning needle, to move the reading proficiency needle in different languages. This is not a theoretical or philosophical exercise. It's a moral and ethical, and it is a constitutional obligation that we have. So it's extremely important to do this, and extremely important to arm the system, the sector, those who work with children in classroom, those who support schools, and those in provincial and national departments, and the community, broader community, to be able to deal with what sits under the metrics that we know about learning proficiency and reading proficiency in the country. And so why do we bother? We know that there is a relationship between phonemic awareness, letter sounds, morphological awareness, and the ability to read words, the fluency, oral reading fluency, and reading comprehension. We know that there's also, it's really extremely important to acknowledge the importance of accuracy and speed and automaticity in reading, and to build these skills. We know that these are extremely important for reading, not just to measure, but for a child's ability to engage with learning even after the early grades. So what do we need? We talk a lot about, people mix, when they speak about goals, they speak about targets, they speak about benchmarks, they speak about ways of measuring. We want to just define what we mean by some of these terms, and sometimes we use them interchangeably, and it's not always helpful. So we have goals. We have goals for quality basic education. The Deputy Minister spoke about the presidential goal to ensure, for instance, that we have a long-term aspiration. In this case, without a numerical value, but certainly with a qualitative one. We want to make sure that all 10-year-old children can read for meaning, and that's the goal that we've set ourselves by 2030. We have a metric, which is a valid, reliable unit of measurement and a way of measuring correct words per minute and other indicators, or other metrics within the system. And we have benchmarks, which really represent the goal. They represent, for instance, how far we are to achieving this goal of ensuring that all children, 100% of children, read for meaning by the time they are 10. And these benchmarks are extremely important because they help us then, A, to lay a baseline for the different languages, and B, to be able to target our journey in the next year, in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years, all the way to 2030 and even beyond, because we don't want to just stay at minimum levels of proficiency. We want to get better. We want more children to get better. And the benchmarks are extremely important in helping us to get there. So what do we need? We need to recognize the differences between languages. We can't just declare that reading proficiency in one particular language applies to others. And you can see those 4 different languages that we have. We have obviously many more in South Africa. We have, for instance, isiZulu. Kunesihambi, silambile kakhulu, safika emzini umunye sacela ukudla. Abantu babengenakho ukudla. In isiZulu, for instance, you can see that sentence, and in Sepedi and Tsonga and English, they have different numbers of words in each sentence, different numbers of words in words per sentence, different letters per word. And if you are assuming that a child is proficient in one language, the amount of coverage, amount of text, amount of the number of words, number of letters that they have to engage with in being able to read, obviously better than I did, in being able to read in those different languages varies. And that's the point about these benchmarks. It acknowledges the uniqueness of those languages, but it also provides us a scientific way of measuring how well children are progressing within classrooms in terms of reading. So we do not apply what pertains in one language in a completely different language with quite different composition. So it's extremely important to acknowledge this and to scientifically apply this in the work that we do in curriculum, in assessment, in teacher development. So how can we use these benchmarks at national and provincial level within departments? We need to establish definitions of reading proficiency in the different languages. We need to clearly communicate standards and targets. We have the curriculum. This is not about the curriculum. This is about unpacking what it means to determine that a child is fluent, that a child is proficient, and to be able to move that child in terms of their own proficiency journey, and to monitor that progress. Monitor the progress of support. It monitors how we do our work as bureaucrats, but also how we then support schools. At school level, it helps us to determine standards and targets that school leaders and managers can aim towards. It helps us to standardize assessment practice across and within schools in a way that is tailored to the language that is being used in the school and the language in which the children are to read, and it identifies the extent of remedial support, as I mentioned earlier. At classroom level, again, it provides expectations and standards against which to measure learning skills. This is not about punitive measures. It's not about it's about holding people to account for what happens within schools, because the alternative is frightening. If we do not have standards against which to measure learners' skills and to move those learners' skills up the skills development trajectory, it will be extremely concerning, and we are now armed to be able to do a lot of this work. So thank you very much for your contributions individually, but also collectively in that respect, because you are changing the nature of what happens in classrooms. We are able to identify early on learners who are at risk of not being able to read and to do something about it, to adapt instruction. We speak about this, right? We speak about instructional improvement. What does that really mean in the reading, in the area of reading, in this particular language, at this particular grade? What does this actually mean? And it helps us to do that, to adapt how instruction happens to meet the learner's needs where they are. It's extremely important to do that. So these are ways of mobilizing these benchmarks. And we'll hear a little bit more about that from all of you. I can see some of you are nodding, and that's extremely important. So how does the curriculum address this? It addresses, as I said before, the foundation phase curriculum identifies 5 essential components in the teaching of reading, but it also identifies fluency is extremely important. It identifies activities, such as group-guided reading, paired reading for practice, and there's an explicit mention of fluency. These benchmarks give us more clarity on how to assess that, and how to, much more detail on what happens throughout the year in terms of the curriculum. So they help us to fill in the gaps, if you like, in terms of the assessment details and how we can deal with and mitigate against what we know is happening in terms of slow and low levels of reading ability in our classrooms. What has the international practice been? Governments, international agencies, academics have been raising the alarm bells on learning poverty in developing countries. And it's extremely important to identify how critical this is, not just for learners and their own development, but also for the growth and the development of nations. We're coming out of a pandemic. This is extremely important work that helps us to deal with low literacy contexts, to deal with improving skills in the early grades. We know that there are early grade assessments that have been developed in response to this learning poverty crisis in 2006, and these assess various aspects of reading. We know that there are low-cost and language-adaptable early grade assessments for use in different countries, but a lot of these are sort of very easy and quick, and they're administered by teachers or field workers. But we also know that we need a little bit more than just the early grade reading assessments, and this is really, these benchmarks will help us to adapt to context and to develop the different languages. So we have, the main critique of most of these early grade reading assessments is they've used English as a reference language. They're not context specific and certainly not language specific, and these benchmarks are. So we have work that's been done in rolling out the benchmarks for the different languages, as I mentioned. We have 3 sets outstanding: English home language, Tsonga, and Chivenda. The Nguni language, E-FAL, English first additional language, Sesotho Setswana, and Afrikaans language reports you're going to be interacting with. You have them in your packs at the moment, and I'm really looking forward to the presentations, firstly, but also the conversations about how we can actually use these. These are not theoretical. They are for academic use, they are for research use, they are for use in classrooms, they are for use by teachers, and we need to get a sense of how do you think we can also use these to support schools better in a way that is going to really boost language outcomes and skills amongst young people in the country. So I'm going to ask for the next presentation very quickly, and then we'll deal with that and then come through. Come, Mpumi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Connie Makabo, as I've already been introduced. My role here is just to highlight some linguistic features that are found in the Sesotho languages. When we're talking about the Sesotho languages, we are referring to the three languages being Sepedi, Setswana, and Sesotho. So I just have a brief outline here regarding the origin of these African languages, but I'm just going to zoom into where these languages come from, starting from, the languages in Africa. We all know that Africa has got a lot of languages, which are classified into 4 basic families, namely the Afro-Asiatic, Nilo-Saharan, Niger-Congo, and the Khoisan. Now, the African languages, except for English and Afrikaans, originate from Niger-Congo family, whereby we find the following groups, being the Nguni languages, and the Nguni languages are those isiZulu, isiXhosa, isiSwati, and isiNdebele. The Sotho languages, which would be the focus of my presentation, are Setswana, Sepedi, and Sesotho. And these languages, we found that they do have many features in common, although there are some differences here and there. Then we also have Chivenda and Xitsonga. Now, talking about the Sesotho languages, they form part of the 11 official languages according to the South African Constitution of 1996. However, we need to take into consideration the presence of the sign language, which has been approved and is also considered to be an official language. Now, these Sesotho languages are tonal languages. I will explain this in the next slide, what I mean by tonal languages. Their distinctive feature, which is one of them, they are written disjunctively. And I think when we look at the slide, the presentation before me, it was indicated with the sentences how disjunctive our languages are. I have decided to bring in an example here, which is common in all the 3 Sotho languages. Kiaja, meaning I'm eating. You can see that Kiaja has got 3 words. Whereas in Nguni languages is Ngiadla, which is applicable to all of them, it's 1 word. So can you see how the difference between the disjunctive and the conjunctive way of writing? Now, the common features, I'm going to try and highlight some common features. In any case, in this presentation, I'm not going to be able to highlight all of them, but I just handpicked some of them. So these common features that are found, one of them is that they have rich agglutinating and complex morphology, such as they all have the noun classes, which classify or categorizes the nouns into different classes. And they also have a transparent orthography, which means it's actually easy to follow their orthography, not complicated in most cases. And they are made up of different phonemes, which are sounds and graphemes, the symbols, letters, and with similarities in sounds and letters between the languages. So this is according to the Department of Education, 2018. Sorry, the screens are off, but should I continue? I see the screens are off. No, I'm fine here. Just the screens for the audience. Anyway, I'm going to continue. I just want to highlight the geographical areas of these languages where they are mostly spoken. For example, Sepedi, and I'm saying mostly, I'm emphasizing the mostly spoken because we are all aware that migration is taking place every day people are moving from one place to another on daily basis. So I'm not excluding other places, but mostly spoken, the Sepedi is found mostly in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and Botswana. Sesotho is found mostly in Free State, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Lesotho, Namibia, and Zambia. Whereas Setswana is mostly spoken in Northwest, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Botswana, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. I'm coming to that issue that I said I will explain later, the fact that these languages are tonal. It's a pity because you can't see there, but I indicated how tonal they are. You know, for example, what I mean is that in Sepedi we call them ditumatshwano. These are the words that are written, the spelling is the same, but they mean different things. And the difference in meaning is brought by the tone. You know, for example, we've got a word, nuka. Nuka will mean the river, depending on how you're pronouncing it. And it can also be nuka, honuka, when you spice the food. And it can also be noga, as in the waist, you know. So that's how tonal they are. This is common in both Sesotho, Sepedi, and Setswana. We've got such words in our languages. Again, another similarity is found in the vowels. These languages have got 7 basic vowels. I do know that there are other vowels which are the raised vowels, which make it up to 11 vowels, but for the purpose of what we are dealing with, because we are looking at the reading at foundation phase or at primary level, the raised vowels are not really applicable here. So we'll focus a lot on the basic vowels. Those basic vowels are, I gave examples, are as in rata, which is, rata means to like, or you can say to love or want. And then we've got as in lema, meaning to plow. Then we also have which is, you know, it's written the same, but it's got that diacritic sign, as in rema, you know, rema meaning to chop, when you chop something. Or you can say lema, when you spoil a child, we say ulema ngwana, something like that. And then we've got I, which is E, dira or bina, to do something. Bina is to sing in Sesotho. Then we've got O, referring to motu. Motu is applicable in all the 3 languages. It's just motu, a person or a human being. Then we've got O, which is O with a diacritic sign. This O can be found in a word like doro, meaning a dream. Then we do have U, which could be used in a word like kudu or a tortoise. So these are the 7 basic vowels that are common in all the 3 languages. In addition to that, we do have the semi-vowels, which are found in the Sesotho languages. The 2 semi-vowels is wu. Wu is, it could be spelled as W, as in wena, wena meaning you. And then we've got ye, which we could say it's Y, as in ya. When you go somewhere, you say kia, wherever. So those are the 2 semi-vowels. Furthermore, we find that these Sesotho languages, they do have a combination of vowels. Somewhere, somehow, you find a combination of vowels where you find that the vowels, we've got A and O combined. They form a word like mautu, which is feet. We've got A and E combined, which is mai. Mai is X. Then we've got E and I. Then we call it, it's Aye. You know, Aye is just an onion. It's a borrowed word from Afrikaans. Then we've got I and A, referring to, an example here would be diatla, meaning hands. So we do have, these three languages do have a combination of this. Now coming to the consonants, we've got what you call the simple consonants and the complex consonants. The languages share a variety of simple consonants. You know, I gave an example of D as in dula, meaning to sit, or F as in fufa, fufa means to fly, H as in hema, to breathe. Those are the simple consonants that we find or that are common in the Sesotho languages. On top of that, we do have some complex consonants which are common in these languages. We've got something like KG, a combination of KG, which we call kh. An example like khomo. Khomo, it's a cow, it refers to a cow. So these languages share this kind of complex consonant. Then we've got another one which is NG, like ngaka. Ngaka is a doctor. Then we've got another one which is quite complex. I wish the slides were showing. It's TSHW. It's tso, as in tshwanelo. Tshwanelo usually means appropriate. It is appropriate, or tshwanale. Sometimes when you say this is the same as, we say tshwanale. So those are some of the complex consonants that are common. Now, we also have a few alphabets which are not really common, but they are there. Something like a C. Our languages do not really have a C, but we do adopt a sign, a sound like, I don't know if you can hear me. When you say, sometimes you say that sound when you're undermining. You just look at a person and, I feel sorry for you. Something like that. And we also have another one which is X. It's not common in our language, but we do have that sound. Like when you say ngai, when you say, I'm sorry, I hurt you. Then you just say ngai. When you say ngai and then it explains it, you say, I'm sorry. Anyway, now I want to point out the differences. Those were the similarities. Like I said, I couldn't have pointed all of them out, but just a few. Now the differences in the Sesotho languages, we do have a few here, like for example, Sepedi and Setswana, they do have the vowels which have the diacritic marks. But Sesotho doesn't have that. And I pointed out earlier on something like, normally we say A, as in lema, it's A. But now we have lema, as in you spoil a child. Or when, in the case of a cow, we say, khomo e lema dinaka, referring to the horns. When the horns are like this, then we say, khomo e lema dinaka. So these are the sounds that are found in Sepedi and Sesotho, those diacritic. Although Sesotho does have a sound like that, but they do not write it with the diacritic on top of the E. And the same thing applies to the O. We do have that diacritic on top of the O. The ordinary O would be pulu, meaning an ox, or mutu, that is just ordinary O. But now the one with the diacritic, it means it's a lower one, which is polo. Polo, usually polo refers to when somebody recuperates from an illness. Uboni polo, ufodile, something like that. But Sesotho doesn't have that. I wish we were able to see this because I pointed out some differences when it comes to the complex and the simple consonants. We have got the letter B. which is found in all the languages, but it is pronounced differently. In Sesotho and Setswana, B can be used for bana, meaning children or kids. But in Sepedi, we don't say bana. It's a fricative. We say bana. The lips do not touch. They come closer to each other, then we pronounce it as bana. That is a fricative. And that is where the difference is. Although people don't usually do that, they just say bana. But it's not bana in Sepedi. That's not, we don't have that sound. It's a fricative, bana, bolela, something like that. And then we've got another one, meaning to plow. When you plow, in Sesotho, it's jala or jala, eh? And then in Setswana, it's also jala, but in Sepedi, it's byala. It's BJ, it's not J only, it's BJ. Now, again, to write, in Sesotho, wangola. In Setswana, kwala, that's KW. And Sepedi is ngwala, NGW. So those are some differences. Now, again, in Sepedi, we've got a common sound, which is S with the diacritic. Some people just call it S with a kapi. You know, if you want people to understand quickly, it's just the S with a kapi. Now, we've got, in Sesotho and Setswana, they've got pizza for a pot, but in Sepedi, we don't say pizza, it's pizza. That sound has to come. And then again, for bathing, Sesotho, ke ho hlapa. And Sepedi, ra hlapa. And Setswana, it's tlhapa. So now it's TLH. It's no longer HL. You know, those are the differences. And to remain, when you want to remain behind, Sepedi and, Sesotho and Setswana wasala, but Sepedi washala. We don't sala, we rashala. And that is why, in most cases, when people are writing Sepedi, and if they are learning Sepedi, you find that people get confused. They don't know where to put the kapi on top of the S. Some people, you just put kapi all over. It's not going to work, because if you want to talk about sepila, meaning to go, you can't say shipila. You know, you say sepila. So if you're a language speaker, you will know where to put the diacritic and where not to put it. Now, to set a light, we have a sound in Sepedi, you wachuma. It's T, S with a kapi and H, whereas in Setswana is tuba. But Sesotho doesn't have that, doesn't have an equivalent like that. So you see, those are some of the differences that we picked up. Now, in conclusion, I just want to say, these languages display a lot of similarities when it comes to the vowels, the semi-vowels, and some simple and complex consonants. We have seen some differences which are which have been highlighted when it comes to the consonants. One of them being the diacritic marks in Sesotho languages, where you find that, especially with the vowels, the examples that I gave, Sepedi and Setswana, they've got those diacritic marks on top of those vowels, the E and the O, which makes them and O, whereas Sesotho does not have the diacritic mark on top of their vowels. Now again, both Sepedi and Setswana do not have all the 26 letters of the alphabet. But Sesotho has got all the 26 letters of the alphabet. You know, those are some of just the minor differences that are there. Having said that, let me thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I have to share with you. Thank you.
It's a power trip, right? It's a cable trip.
Yeah.
So just an announcement, we figured out what's wrong, trying to fix it. For once, the online people have an advantage. They can actually still see the slides. So it's just us in the room who can't see them. Yeah, the third industrial revolution. There we go. So yeah, with that, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Nompumelelo Mohotlwane, and I will be doing two things. One, explaining the overall process around reading benchmarks, so some of the thinking, the design components, both the quantitative methodological decisions made and the linguistic decisions made, and then I'll be telling us what the actual Sesotho-Setswana benchmarks are. I will be skipping some slides. Carol and Connie have done a great job with explaining some of the earlier components I had. We've already spoken about the relationship between the early skills, starting from phonemic awareness right through to reading comprehension, and why we have consensus that accuracy and speed matter, and why we're choosing to benchmark those components. We've also spoken about using the reading benchmarks for various components, so at the national level, school level, and the classroom level, so I will skip through that as well. And then lastly, we have also already spoken about the differences in reading benchmarks by language, so the orthographic differences, that's how we write languages, the morphological differences, and then how these play out in terms of reading. You'll also hear more about that for the other languages, being English and Afrikaans. So where I'm going to really start is what has led to benchmarking in South Africa, and some of the decisions that we have made in terms of the methodology. The reading benchmarks in the rest of the continent and even internationally, particularly for developing countries, have been using the 1-minute EGRA, otherwise known as the Early Grade Reading Assessment, that was developed through USAID with RTI and partners several years ago. And as the DBE and the team that have been working on this, we have had some adaptations to this initial EGRA for a range of reasons. The first reason has been that EGRA historically has been administered for a minute. So you give a child a passage and you ask them to read for a minute, and then the questions that they answer are related to as far as they have read within that 1 minute. Using that data, then reading benchmarks were created. But in our context, where 80% of children can't read for meaning, it means that you are creating benchmarks based on the 5% or the 10% of children in the sector. It then means that these benchmarks are not developmentally appropriate for us. And it also gives an artificial relationship between fluency and comprehension because of the questions attempted. And so to address this, we adjusted the time for the administration of our assessments to 3 minutes. We have established that beyond 3 minutes, you don't really gain much in terms of reading. If you haven't managed to read that passage within 3 minutes, you are likely not able to read. It's not a timing issue. And so we use that component. A second assumption that comes from the EGRA, as I spoke, is around text comparability, the idea that texts are equivalent, so passages are the same across different passages. That is often an assumption that we found to be untrue, that it's something that you need to be deliberate about, just because of the words used and the nature of the text that we're speaking about. And then thirdly, the kinds of questions are different in terms of their difficulty across questions. So there are questions that require an interpret and examine. There are literal questions that the name of, what's the name of the child, for example, and it's in the first line. That's literal. You just look at the text and you can pick it up. But not only are questions different across different kinds of questions, I'll show you later, there's also difficulty ranges within the same category of questions. So not all literal questions are equal. And so with all of these components in mind, we've adjusted our approach to benchmarking different from how traditional reading benchmarks have been created in the rest of the continent. And so our approach has been based on three key components. The first is an empirical basis, using this adapted large-scale AGRA type assessment. We have incorporated theory about reading and language development, so that includes the aspects of accuracy and speed and the relationship between that and comprehension. And then we've also consulted with language experts as well as considered what the curriculum demands from children. And so with that, we set reading benchmarks in a data-driven way that's informed by the theory and expertise that I mentioned, and we follow a two-stage process. The first is we use data to establish a minimum threshold, and then we follow that and establish a benchmark. The minimum threshold is an early benchmark. That means you are on track to reaching the ultimate benchmark, which we want you to reach. The initial stage means we're working in a non-grade specific way. We are just looking at the data and seeing what the data tells us. We're making no assumptions about the relationship between fluency and comprehension. And once all of this is done, we then determine which grade we are working at, and we get the data to tell us what the fluency comprehension relationship should be. And so this means we are sensitive to current realities of learning. We are not going in assuming that comprehension should happen at a certain number. It means, though, that we still need to be cognizant of curriculum requirements. And so we do need to apply this to the curriculum expectations. And as I said, this is not just done with data that's working separate from theory and language expertise. And so, turning to reading, we understand that reading is a complex phenomenon that has different components at play at different stages. Within reading, we tend to find that accuracy develops first before speed. So children get reading correct. They can read a word slowly, correctly. They first decode it and get better at that. But over time, they then get better in terms of speed. And so we find that accuracy matters, particularly in the early stages. When we're thinking of phonemic awareness, it then increases, but you also get an increase in speed when we move towards syllable reading, then word reading, and then ultimately comprehension. By the time we are expecting children to answer, read a text and comprehend, it means they have both developed the initial skill of accuracy and they've gotten faster in terms of their reading speed. We find that there is a threshold below which if children cannot decode, they cannot read with speed and they therefore cannot comprehend. But we also find that there is a finite benefit to decoding. At some stage, the speed needs to develop and then the comprehension needs to follow. And so with that in mind, which skills did we choose to benchmark and how do we benchmark them? We are focusing largely on letter sound knowledge and oral reading fluency. This is reading a passage within a certain number of minutes with accuracy. And the components, aside from the skills, are accuracy and speed. I've explained what these are and why they matter. We are not benchmarking prosody. It's much harder to standardize and test across large samples. And that's just pronunciation, how well someone pronounces a sentence. And so in our case, we're focusing then on accuracy and speed. What was the process we followed in terms of instrument development? First, in all the languages we've benchmarked, we would establish a language team who would be responsible for instrument development. This would then be followed by piloting. Then the pilot leads to data analysis of that pilot data. During the data analysis, we would also do some item analysis. So which words or letters did children read correctly or incorrectly? How far did children get in the passage? Which questions were they able to answer or not? That would then be fed back into the language team, and then we would start this whole process again before finalizing instruments. The purpose of the piloting was firstly making sure that the assessments are set at the right level, that we do not have any floor or ceiling effects. This means that children are not all reading 100% of everything we give them, which means we can't distinguish between good readers and bad readers, or that no one can read our passages, which means we cannot tell you anything about how well they're reading. We also had to make sure that the language is appropriate and the questions are unambiguous, that we are getting the responses from children that we were expecting to get when we asked those questions. And then there were aspects about the length of the assessment, making sure that it is, in fact, readable within the set time. Then for the specific Sesotho, Setswana languages that we benchmarked, we collected data from about 25,000 home language speakers. We collected data in every grade except grade 5 in primary schools. We collected data from almost 430 quintile 1 to 3 schools, largely in the Northwest Province, Free State, and Limpopo. And the data was from several reading studies, the first early grade reading study in Northwest, the Funda One Day study in Limpopo, as well as data from Free State in a Save the Children intervention. And I think at this stage, I just want to thank the colleagues in the room from the Northwest and Limpopo who have made all of this data collection possible across the years. We're glad you are able to join us even today. So a point to be made here, something we would want as a takeaway, aside from the methodology and adaptations that I explained, is that these benchmarks are not based on quintile 5 children, and they're also not based on a small sample of 1 or 5 or 10 schools or children. It's quite large scale, 430 schools is substantial. We've collected from the provinces that predominantly speak these languages, and 25,000 children reading and contributing to this data is significant. And so I think we trust the rigor and the representativity of the data for our country in a developmental sense for now. And so what are the benchmarks for these languages? At the end of grade 1, we would like children, all children, to be reading at least 40 letters correct within a minute. At the end of grade 2, children need to read 40 correct words in a minute. And at the end of grade 3, children need to read 60 words correct a minute within a passage. Why have we chosen these numbers? So turning to the letter sound benchmark, while children can read way more than 40 letters correct a minute, in some cases we find children reading 60 letters correct a minute. We find, however, that there is no additional educational benefit to them reading more than this. Remember here, we're trying to do minimums. It's the minimum we're trying to get everyone to get over. And so the 40 letters correct a minute is a useful benchmark in our case. And beyond learning how to read these letters, we encourage teachers to then move on to the other components of reading, bridging between letters and moving on towards words. Then turning to the grade 2 benchmark, we find that if children are not reaching this benchmark in grade 2, they are unlikely to develop further higher order skills in their reading. In this case, we had the fortune of having longitudinal data. So we have data where we've tracked the same children from grade 1 through to grade 7. And so we can tell you that a proficient grade 6 child was reading 40 words correct a minute in grade 2. And so that's why we're saying if they're not reaching this benchmark, they're unlikely in the future to develop these higher order reading skills. Pre-pandemic, we found that only 42% of our learners were reaching this benchmark. And so we have a long way to go, but it does show that the benchmark is attainable. There are some children reaching it. It's not as though there are 0 children reaching it, which would make it developmentally inappropriate for us. Then the last component of the benchmarks for grade 3, we find that this indication, this benchmark points towards reading comprehension. Once children have reached this benchmark, teachers need to focus on comprehension. So less on the reading component aspect of it, but on critical thinking. When you read this question, what's the range of responses children can give? Because we know they are reading at the correct benchmark. Now we want to focus on the interpretation and their understanding of what they are reading. Then I think what we see here is just showing you how many children are reaching these benchmarks across the various grades. So we applied the two benchmarks, the 40 words correct a minute and 60 words correct a minute. And we start with showing you data through from grade 1 through until grade 7. The blue is children who cannot read, the dark blue. The light blue is those that are not reaching this threshold. The red is reaching this threshold. The brown is reaching the benchmark. And what you can see is 63% of grade 1 children are not reaching this threshold. It's fine, their benchmark is actually letters, but if you turn to grade 2, in term 4, there are still 29% of children who cannot read at all. And then, as I mentioned, about 58%, if you combine the categories that reach the minimum threshold, and then only 15% that reach the actual benchmark. And so we can spend a lot of time analyzing this, but it shows you, firstly, that we still have a long way to go. There are some children that are reaching this benchmark, and it turns out we may even have to apply these benchmarks beyond the foundation phase. You can see in some cases children increasingly reach these benchmarks across the grades. Even in grade 7, though, not all children are reaching these benchmarks. And then lastly, I had mentioned earlier that all questions are not equal, even within a subcategory. Here you are seeing questions within 6 passages. The pink are literal questions, the blue are straightforward inference questions, yellow integrate and interpret questions, and green are evaluate and examine questions. If we just focus on the pink, you're not seeing children reading those questions at 100% the whole time. If we turn to the top on the right, you're in fact seeing them getting the next level of difficulty questions right, more than they are getting the literal questions right. And so I think what we want all of us to walk away thinking about is, what do we mean when we say children are comprehending? What kind of questions are we asking them, and why are they struggling then with literal questions, in some cases more than straightforward inference questions? And then finally, this work would not have been possible without the innovation that we have enjoyed from the group of experts that we're surrounded by in the room and beyond. We felt that it was important for the DBE to be the coordinator of resources to make sure that we have efficiency and that we as a sector adopt these benchmarks as the country's benchmarks, that they do not end up as X NGO or Y funders benchmarks. And so we wanted to be transparent about the methods that we're using, and we had the good fortune of having longitudinal data that was transparent, that is replicable in terms of the methods that we've used, and that has enjoyed contributions from a range of partners and funders. We're also open to sharing instruments, and in fact, this work was only possible because we've been sharing instruments across years with various interventions. And finally, the true value of benchmarks will be once we leave this room and all of you and us use them in policy, in classrooms, in teaching, and in interventions. Thank you.
context here. Context-specific benchmarks. Good morning, everyone, for those of you who can see me. My name is Lesang Sebayeng, and I'll be presenting on a paper that was written by Gabrielle Wills, Carly Addington, and myself, entitled The Foundational Skills in Home Language Reading, Empirical Evidence from South African Early Grade Reading Studies between 2015 and 2021. It is a chapter that will be appearing in the Early Grade Reading in South Africa volume, in the Oxford volume of books that's looking at early grade and educational practice in South Africa. So we'll begin with what we have known. So much of the discourse in South Africa about reading and about learner outcomes in reading and the reading journey that learners take has been highly focused on the end goal of reading, which is the written reading comprehension, or what we'll call the tip of the iceberg. And while written assessments are important and for monitoring, so our involvement in studies like SACMEC and PEARLS is very important because they tell us where we are, where our learners are achieving, but what they don't do is reveal why our learners can't read. So if you say 78% of our learners can't read for meaning, what does that mean? Where is it that the learners are struggling? What are these bottlenecks that they are encountering? And so the purpose of the paper was to shed light on some of these building blocks and see where learners are stumbling in their reading journey. And to do that, we looked at documented oral language and decoding skills across the two language groups, the Nguni language group and the Sesotho-Setswana languages. And we used what we now have as the currently largest existing corpus of reading data available in these languages. And so there are numerous factors and knowledge bases and skills that underpin reading comprehension and that are needed to be coordinated and facilitated so that learners are able to successfully understand what it is that they're reading. And two of these that I'll be speaking on today is decoding. So with decoding, that speaks, so if a learner is able to automatically decode text, then they're able to free up their working memory to make meaning of what it is that they're reading. And then we have like this bilateral relationship with oral language where it's not just it contributes to reading comprehension, so your oral language, but it's also, if you see at the bottom here in that yellow, it's something that goes throughout. So if we think of reading in like a hierarchical manner or like a step ladder, there's some skills that you have to figure out, you have to be able to master in the beginning in order for you to get to that tip of the iceberg there, and you see the arrow with written comprehension. So that's what PEARLS assesses. So when we hear that stat of 78% of learners cannot read for meaning, that's what we are. And what we have tried to uncover is looking at where it is that the learners are falling behind. And so for this paper, we looked at 4 components. So we looked at phonological awareness. And for this, we looked at if learners were able to identify initial and final sounds in words, so orally. Looked at the listening comprehension in the beginning of school, and then looked at their alphabetic knowledge, which is in 2 components. Firstly, it is the individual letters, and then I think as Dr. Magabe has spoken about the complex consonant sequences that are prevalent in African languages, both Nguni and Sesotho-Setswana languages. And then finally, we look at the passage reading, what learners are tracking in terms of passage reading across the board. Our key research questions. The first is looking at the oral language skills. So what are the levels of phonological awareness that learners are coming into school with? So from grade R into grade 1, where are our learners tracking, and how well developed are their listening comprehension skills at the beginning of school? The second question was, how does alphabetical knowledge develop within the early grades? If we're thinking that this is one of the building blocks that leads up to that end goal of reading comprehension and written comprehension. Thirdly, is with oral reading fluency, or this is passage reading. And so for this, we explore the levels of oral reading fluency in the primary grades, so where learners are tracking, and investigating if these fluency trajectories are depending on the decoding skills. So if you're in the blue area, we're looking at the blue area of passage reading. How is that affected by those earlier building blocks? So your alphabetic knowledge, for example. And lastly, I won't get into this for this presentation, but we also looked at the differences between boys and girls and their outcomes. And then the last thing is putting all this together. If we're saying that ultimately what we assess when, with our learners is their written comprehension, how can we say, does this fluency that we're measuring and getting an estimation of affect their written comprehension? So we look at that and so try to figure out, does fluency benchmark support improved future comprehension of these learners? We currently don't have a nationally representative sample or surveys in South Africa that measure decoding skills. So we've got PILS, like I mentioned, measures the later skills, but we don't actually have anything that measures those foundational skills. But thankfully, through the many partners, some of whom are in this room, we have use of data of early grade reading assessments that have been used across different studies. And so we've compiled this growing set of EGRA type assessments in African languages, and we gathered these from 6 different studies. As you can see there, so it's EGRS to the 2 iterations of EGRS, Leadership for Literacy, Fundawande in Eastern Cape and Limpopo, and Story Powered Schools. And this is data stemming between 2015 and 2021, and for some parts of it, we've tracked learners across from grade 1 right up until grade 7, and in some instances, it's just those data points. And therefore, we're able to compare over time. We've used the corpus, like I said, it's the largest existing one currently, of 41,000 learners from over 1,000 unique schools, and these schools are grade quintile 1 to 3 schools, so no fee paying schools across 6 provinces in 5 home languages. So while this data is not nationally representative of our learners, what it does give us a clear indication of where our learners' foundational skills are at. So first question was, where are learners tracking in terms of oral language skills at the beginning of school? So CAP's document for grade R says that by the end of grade R, learners need to understand that words consist of more than one sound, firstly, and secondly, be able to distinguish orally between the sounds, especially at the beginning of words. So this is the expectation that we've set out for grade R, right? But where are our learners? So this, assessing this, you have a field officer who will ask a learner to say a word and ask them what the first sound of that word is, the initial and then the final, for example. So I'll say the word vuga, and the learner will say vuga. What's the sound at the beginning of vuga, which is? Exactly, right? Of our learners in the Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga, and bear in mind this is pre-pandemic, between 49 and 68% of the learners scored 0 for any of these words. And only between 7 and 23% were able to answer all 3 of the items correctly. Those items that you see on the screen are the exact items that they were assessed with. And then when it comes to listening comprehension, the structure is that learners are read a story, a very short story, a couple of sentences, and then are asked questions of the stories from the story, and the questions differ in terms of levels. I think Spumi has spoken to the different types of questions. And for that, we still saw learners at the beginning of their schooling career who are not able to answer questions from a story that they were read to. So it's not a story that they themselves have read, it's a story that has been read to them. They were not able to answer any of those questions, which is, should be sobering. The second part was alphabetic knowledge. So this, in terms of alphabetic knowledge, this is, if I get there, this is probably now the first time that we now encounter the code to the language that you are learning to read in, right? So previously was like oral language, it's all listening and speaking, but this is now the code of the text. And so what I'll show is a graph with learners who are not able to sound out any of the letters in a minute. So they're given a chart and given a chance to sound out as many letters as they can from that chart. And then we'll have very limited, those are the ones who can only sound out up to 10 letters, and then those who are able to sound out up to 25, the ones between 26 and 39, there are 26 letters in the alphabet, and so that's that range. So these would be our emergent decoders. And then lastly, the ones who are able to reach that benchmark. Bumi has mentioned that the benchmark for the Sesotho languages, and it's the same for the Nguni languages, where by the end of grade 1, expectations that learners are able to sound out correctly 40 letters in a minute. And so this is where we are. Get to the end. By the end of grade 1, only 2%, that little line at the top there, of learners are able to reach that benchmark in the beginning of the term. And where they are at the end of the year, we've only increased that number by 22%. So only 24% of learners reach that benchmark. 24% of learners are able to sound out 40 letters correctly in a minute. Consonants. Those are examples that you can see here. And well, yeah, so this is something that sort of gives in complexity, but is not an obstacle that is insurmountable. But even with that, these are the numbers of learners who, or rather the percentages of learners who still score 0 at the different intervals there. So at the very top, you've got the first term of grade 1, and at the bottom, you've got the term 3 of grade 4. And what we see is that 51% of learners by grade 2, so at the end of their grade 1 and the beginning of grade 2, 51% of them cannot sound out a singing complex consonant, right? And then aligned with that, these are the 13% of learners who were not able to sound out a single letter as well. Yeah, and so, yeah, I've said that. The next part, sorry, I'm like depressing a little bit, but there will be light, I hope. So the next level is looking at the oral reading fluency passages. Like I mentioned, this is where learners read a passage and are asked, well, the comprehension part of it is when they're asked questions at the end, but it's just getting their fluency, like this is measuring their fluency. And this is the bridge between now, we've started decoding, so our letter sounds are complex consonants, and now getting to the passage, so we're moving into something that, the thing that bridges between decoding and comprehension at the end. And so by the end of grade 1, specifically again, I want to iterate that, especially for our languages, our transparent orthographies, learners should be able to read a series of short sentences, even if it's like Carol read earlier, hauntingly, but they should be able to read in any case. And this is where learners are at. These are the percentage of learners who cannot read a single word in the different intervals. And I mean, if you look at the very first column, that's in the grade 1, term 3, 78% of learners cannot read a single word, right? This is for the Sesotho Setswana languages, and we see the similar trend for the Nguni languages, where pre-COVID, between 17 and 43% of learners at the beginning of grade 3 who are unable to read a single word. And at the end of grade 3, at the beginning of grade 4, about 22%, so 11 to 22% of learners who cannot read a single word. Yeah, sure. Next up, we've got where it is. So we've got these reading benchmarks. The ones that you don't have in your packs are the Nguni benchmarks, but essentially we've got the same benchmark for 40 letters correctly per minute at the end of grade 1, and then for Nguni it's 20 words by the end of grade 2 and 35 words by the end of grade 3. So keep those in mind, but the 35 mark is that blue line that runs right across, and where you see is where learners are actually meeting those benchmarks. And so by the end of grade 3, remember 35 correct words per minute, between 11 and 47% of learners are actually at that place where they're reaching these minimum benchmarks. And the median fluency, so within the 50th percentile, it's only between 22 and 33 words read correctly per minute. And then if we look at where they are the 25th and 75th percentile. So that dotted line that you currently see, that's the 25th percentile. If you look at just the first column in the first line in the blue, that 20, right? So that's for the end of grade 2. That's the benchmark for the end of grade 2. That is only being reached in term 3 of grade 4. That benchmark is only reached at that point. And this is the 75th percentile who are doing a lot better, but still at the same thing. So if you're still looking at the first group of learners there, the first in the blue, you've got that 38. So it's about 3 words extra, and that's a 75th percentile, but they're only reaching the benchmark by the time they are in grade 4 as well, which is a little scary. So that's the line for the grade 2 benchmark and then the grade 3 benchmark. And so we can only actually, learners who are actually reaching benchmarks are the learners that fall on the far end of the spectrum, the ones in the 75th percentile. We see similar things for Sesotho-Setswana languages, so it's not something that's just necessarily for Nguni languages. But what the point I want to drive home is that it's very sobering that in our samples, it is in grade 6, 35 to 46% of learners still do not meet the minimum grade 3 benchmarks, and about 27% fail to meet the grade 2 benchmark. So yeah, give you a moment to think about that, about where our reading levels are at. Yeah. Great response. So the big investigation is then what do the fluency treasures, do they differ depending on how well your decoding was in the beginning? So our fluency, remember, we're measuring using the oral reading fluency passages, right? And so we're looking now at the relationship between how you perform in that, where were you standing at the beginning in terms of your decoding skills? And so we expect that fluency improves in alphabetic languages as your primary years progress, but by the end of time, grade 4 and grade 5, that should no longer, you shouldn't, like decoding even quicker doesn't help you, as Mpumi had mentioned earlier, I think. And your development will likely depend on how well you are able to decode in the very beginning of your reading journey. And so we look at the reading journeys of learners from between grade 1 to 7, looking at 4 categories of learners. So the red dotted line that you'll see first, these are the ones who are only be able to score, who are not able to read 10 letters, or sound out 10 letters correctly in a minute. So that's where their reading journey is. So by the time that they're in grade 7, they're only reading about 64 words correctly, right? Our benchmark for Sotho languages is 60 words. For end of grade 3, they're only getting there at the end of grade 7. right? Next are the ones who are able to sound out 10 to 25 letters, and they are at 85 words correct per minute in grade 7. By the end of grade 3, or rather by the end of grade 4, they're still not meeting the benchmark. They're still at 49 words. 49 letters sounded out correctly. The ones in the emergent ones were able to sound out 26 to 39 letters at the end of grade 1. That's where they are. They are able to meet that benchmark round about, oh snap, round about term 3 of grade 4. And we see the ones who are actually able to do it, they're able to reach that benchmark on time. And by the time they're in grade 7, they're reading 106 words per minute. And this is just a quick slide on the impact of COVID. So generally, this is the gray is what we expect normal schools to gain. So the number of words normal schools in a normal year and non-pandemic year, how many letters they're able to, how many words the learners should be able to add on. And so the red is actually how many the 2020 and 2021 gains in that time. So typically, you are seeing that in the mid-teens, generally in a normal schooling year, learners are gain about 13 to 14 words, depending on where you are at. But during the pandemic years, we actually see some samples having lost words. So that grade 4 Northwest sample lost about 3 words, so regressed essentially. But the absolute maximum of words that were able to be gained in that time was 6 words. And then I've got a minute. And so how does this fluency, so we're building this building, right? Looking at decoding and how that affects fluency, and how now fluency affects comprehension, which is where we're trying to get to by the end of 2030. And so we look at the learners who are able to meet the minimum grade 3 benchmarks of in Sesotho Setswana language of 60 words correctly by the time they were end of grade 4, they were all able to successfully tackle written comprehension by the end of grade 7. So that means that they were well in a good place to transition into senior school. Whereas the ones who are not meeting the grade 2 benchmark of 40 words correct per minute by the end of grade 4, remember, grade 2 benchmark by the end of grade 4, they were unable to comprehend and were typically scoring 0 on written assessment questions. In summary, what we'll see is that learners are coming into school with very underdeveloped oral language, right, in their home languages. So it's not even in a language that they don't know, and they virtually know no code of the language that they're learning to read in for the next 3 years. But even once they're at school, there's a very slow mastery of this code, and specifically for African languages, where it should actually be easy to master the code and to be able to decode quicker. We see evidence that learners do not receive, what it could mean is that learners are not receiving an effective systemic phonics instruction in their classroom. So that's something that we need to look at. And then the fluency in development in the foundation phase. So fluency improves as you go into higher grades, but there's a point in which you reach a plateau, and we see that our grade 6 learners are still not reading at the benchmark set for the grade 3 learners. And I didn't get into the difference between boys and girls, but our results show that girls are doing far better than boys, and boys, we need to look at what we're doing to that gender. And then lastly, so we know that decoding affects fluency, right? And so now we see that fluency is actually a predictor of current and future comprehension. And so we need to look at these building blocks and make sure that our learners are able to master them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for these extremely important presentations. Thank you very much also for the audience participation. You were not speaking, but your eyes and your mouths were moving and your hands were writing. There was I haven't felt this amount of engagement for a long time in the Department of Basic Education. You can take that how you want. Okay, and we're all awake now. Thank you so much. I think it's extremely important to firstly acknowledge the really hard work that's been done to lead this. Nompumelelo Mohlwane, and the colleagues in the unit, Stephen has been really good in protecting the time to do that. Kolosa and Lesang, who are making presentations here, extremely important. They have done a huge amount of work of just getting this together, and I want to acknowledge that really hard work, technical work that's been done. Yes, with partners. We couldn't have done it without partners. With our colleagues in other sections of the department, especially in curriculum and assessment, but these people, without them, we wouldn't be here today. And I'm really, really grateful to have these colleagues and really grateful to have them so closely on task, as it were. So thank you for that. I also forgot to say something in my exuberance this morning. I should have asked you to use the hashtag DBE reading benchmarks to post on Twitter and on social media platforms. And I also want to say that the next session, which will be questions, discussion, really will be supported by roving mics. So as we go through and reflect on in the next 24 minutes on what we've heard, it's extremely important to think about not just questions that relate to the presentations, but okay, so what are we going to do with these? How do we apply them? How do we use these in the research area? How do we use these in application, in teacher development, in materials development, in assessment, in better instruction, supporting that? How do we do that? So I'd like to encourage us to have not a sort of broad-ranging stream of consciousness discussion, which of course you will never do, but actually towards action. How do we use these? How do we use these to really do things a lot better? So I'm going to open up for that. I think we are pretty much ready for that. And I'm going to start on the right-hand side of the distribution. We've been looking at a lot of graphs. So right-hand side of the distribution, I'm going to go down the room. I'm going to ask for you to, if you have any questions for the presenters and for the department, it would be very useful to do that. If you could just take the notes, I'm going to go and ask for groups of questions. I want to ask you to say who you are and which organization you come from, and to make those inputs. To what end? Because the benchmarks are there, but to what end? What are we going to use them for? So I'm going to ask Morgan to start, and then so that's the rightest hand of the distribution. I'm also going to ask for this middle row here. Any comments? Some people behind.
Did you ask?
Just hang on, Morgan. I just want to get all of them, and then we'll go through. Any others? Yeah? And in the front row, at the 70th percentile mark, you want to make comments? Okay. So Morgan first, and then.
The last part, was it to what end?
Yes.
Was it a question to me?
To everybody.
Okay, my name is Morgan Tembu. I'm an education management specialist with USAID. Maybe I should answer the question that you have posed before I go into what I wanted to share. USAID is a funding agency of the US government. So these presentations here today give us a guide as to what initiative in improving the reading outcomes in South Africa we should invest in. So that is pointing us in the right direction. My story is different. I started off schooling and did Zulu, isiZulu. The first 3 years of my schooling was in isiZulu. And then we moved to Pretoria, Soshanguve. And then my parents did not care to find me a isiZulu school. They put me in the school nearest to where we lived, and then it was Sepedi School. And if you know Pretoria very well, Soshanguve especially, there is a mixture of languages. So I was dabbling in Setswana, Sesotho, Afrikaans, and Sizulu, and Sepedi at the same time. So in approaching reading, all that concoction is in my head. And I found it difficult for the first year to cope with reading. And my parents took me away from Pretoria, and they sent me to Limpopo to live with my grandmother so that I can learn Sepedi properly. So it could be the same with a whole lot of children in South Africa, that they experience this. When you develop benchmarks, is that a consideration of the children who live in multilingual settings? What influences their capability in reading? That is one. Number two, I made quite a bit of money in the past few years when, that is years ago, before Potgieter's Rust's name change. Because the native English speakers would bet money with me that they can sound out the name on the board, and I would say, for 100 rand, you can't. So when they read out the name Potgieter's Rust, they read it out in English. So again, you start to, when you are reading a text, it depends on you look at the thought patterns. Are you approaching that text in an English setting? When you read it, I'm looking at Dr. Makabo when she was talking about the languages and the differences there is. The thought patterns as you are approaching a text, to what extent does it affect the way in which you are able to read? And then have we done a comparative study with other countries that speak the same languages?
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks. Those are 3 questions in one, right? Yeah. Can we just have one question?
Good morning. I'm Louisa Roscani from the NECT. I'd just like to ask, with this, is it taken to the curriculum division, to subject advisors who will support teachers in the classroom to implement benchmarks? Thank you.
So I'm going to call on, just for that question, I'm going to call on the colleagues in the room who are from provinces to answer that question. One of them should answer that question. We also have a panel. Yes, later on to deal with that. I'm going to ask for the colleagues on the left-hand side of the room. The central part of the distribution can wait a little. Yes, they should stand up and speak a bit more loudly. So the back row on the left-hand side. No questions? Hi. And then middle row here. You've got one. We've got two in this row. And then we will get a response.
Thank you very much. My name is Srini Naika, and I'm from the Gauteng Education Department. I'm a provincial languages coordinator together with my two colleagues behind me, Renske and Molly. So we represent the languages in the FET. So we do have many concerns, and I think the three of us share similar concerns. And from what we've heard today, I think it was very refreshing to know that so much of research has actually gone into this process. We really thank you for that information. So I'd like to start by asking, has there been any study to track the progress of these learners, from grade 1, where we found that there were initial problems with their reading ability, from the benchmarking tests till they reach the FET grade? I also want to know if there's any correlation between poor reading skills in the early grades and their performance in the matric examination. Because we find that, learners cannot really read in the FET grade. It is a serious concern for us. And then there was a statement that was made, why are learners developing poor reading skills? And I think it was up to 43% of them who actually could not read at grade 4 level. I'd just like to know, how do we fix this? I know we've heard about the problems, the challenges, and how do we fix this? Because even as provincial coordinators, we are not equipped with the skills to actually go out and teach reading skills. I think this is something that is a great need for us, and we tend to neglect the FET phase, and that is crucial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was another one here. We have 3 questions masquerading as one. Yes, please. Please stand.
It's still a morning. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Faith Shabalala Lindiwe. I'm from Gauteng Department of Education, Education Research and Knowledge Management Directorate. I'm not asking a question. I'm trying to respond to Mr. Mtembu's question. I think, yeah. What we are doing as the province, our directorate, as much as we allow the researchers to use our institutions to conduct their research, we then have an agreement with them to plow back by giving back the full thesis. Of course, it's their intellectual property, but they need to share the findings with us. We create dissemination platforms. We have started the research in Daba with districts. I'm not sure if some of you were there when we had the one here in Tshwane. So where all such research findings are shared with the relevant stakeholders. So unfortunately, sometimes some of the findings are not able to reach the right level of people that need to have them, but that is what we are attempting to do so far. So we would really love to get more findings from you, colleagues. I'll be listening and I'll be networking. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Up to you. Okay, thank you. Tara Polzerwatu, Social Impact Insights. I wanted to ask, in order to help interpret the lower end of the spectrum of the learners who are in the assessments not able to read, including at the later grades, was any screening done in the studies that were used around neurodiversity and learning disabilities? And if not, do we have any kind of sense of what an approximate percentage might actually be of kids at that age? I know you can't really tell dyslexia at that age, but what percentage of the children in our mainstream schooling systems might actually need to be in remedial schooling or some other kind of system, and what percentage of those who can't read should be able to and shouldn't have any actual barriers, but just aren't. And I think those are probably two different problems to solve.
Great, thank you very much. And I think that before I get questions from here, I want us to say that this is the start of the journey. We are looking at the majority of children. We are looking at what's happening within the classrooms, and it's the start of the journey. So actually, this is also about how we use this opportunity to deepen our understanding, but also then to be able to address sort of subpopulations and groupings within the education system, and how those then are accommodated, and there are all sorts of implications for children with disabilities of different kinds, particularly learning disabilities later on. And that's, if you like, a separate but related area of inquiry, of work, of action, etc. And we are hoping that that's what will come out of these conversations. This is not about the department saying, this is how it should be. This is about presenting a body of work that can then be used to stimulate other kinds of actions and the kinds of measurement and scientifically based information and research that will inform action to accommodate. But I'm not necessarily going to answer that question, but I'm just saying we're starting this process, so it won't be the answer to every single concern. I'm going to ask at the back.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Nelisi Wezondi. I'm from Molteno and currently engaged in a research project in the Northwest on the impact of literacy interventions at foundation phase. So just to say I'm excited about just having gotten the kind of findings around the study. It is quite disheartening. But at the same time, perhaps this is a comment stroke causalities, finding causalities of this. We're looking at our learners and we're harping on this issue around how they cannot read or write. And it begs a fundamental question, really, of why. Yes, the study shows scientifically that this and that is not happening. We know it, we see it. It is said, yet we go to schools every day and we really put effort. The teachers put effort to really teach. They come to school. So what exactly is not happening? So I just wanted to speak to three things that could be something to analyze or think about in terms of the findings, which are not really a mystery, as I said. The first one is the question of time on task. When the teachers are in the classroom and the time that is allocated to them to teach specific, because remember, teaching reading is a very specific intervention. It is structured, it is conscious, it's not like acquiring the language naturally. So are the teachers able to actually set the objective and actually achieve what they're supposed to do in terms of the areas that have been broken down? So that, are they setting the objectives well? Is the time on task, in terms of time allocation, well utilized? The instruction, are they really understanding these codes themselves sometimes? Because if your language is a natural language, sometimes you take for granted that I know how to speak the language, therefore I know what is, I know what. But when they have to transfer that knowledge now to the learners, are they really asking the right questions? Are they teaching the right things? So
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have 1, 2, 3. 3 more questions, and then we'll break because we'll have about 8 minutes. And can I ask you to just keep it to a focused question each?
So mine will be focused but tangential.
Oh no! don't do that.
No, I mean, I do want to say that this is a fantastic piece of work, and like huge kudos to your department and to DBE. I think that this work is going to take us forward, like by leaps and bounds. I think the tangential comment, Carol, is that I think this process has really highlighted the need for us to develop African language experts in this country, that we really need to put and invest in African language and in people and in human resources, just because I think it's the beginning. And thank you for putting African languages in the middle of the table. And I think we also need to be putting the people and the capacity and build the competence in the middle of the table too.
Boasis. Thank you for that. Not tangential at all. Those are the kinds of things we should be thinking about. Next, two inputs, and that's it. I think I will close out and then ask for responses from the presenters.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Jenny Katz from Maltino. Just a comment. Listening to this, I'm still shocked that there are grade 1 classrooms, foundation phase classrooms, that don't have an alphabet freeze on the wall, that don't have a phonic freeze. If this is fundamental to all progress, how is this not mandatory in every single foundation phase classroom? So that's my comment. My quick question is, if children are not mastering these skills in their home language, how do we expect them to excel in E-FAL? I know that the stronger you are in your mother tongue in all of these skills, the quicker and easier it is to acquire in the next language. So I think the ramifications for E-FAL are very serious when you look at studies such as this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joyce West from the University of Pretoria, Department of Early Childhood Education. So we get a lot of difficult questions like that one. So about 5 years ago, actually 4 years ago, we started using the EGRA with our students and our teachers to identify the reading needs in schools and to especially do early reading intervention. And it was so difficult because we didn't have benchmarks. So who do you choose if everyone is struggling like you've just seen? And it was always such an issue, and Lily and I had a conversation 4 years ago where I said, I need benchmarks, I need some form of benchmark. So I'm very excited about this. The one question that I have is that we are still stuck with our benchmarks if we don't have a grade leveling system or readability standardized benchmark. Because at the end of the day, I'm thinking now, if my students go out and the one question they always have is that if they've now identified a learner as a struggling reader and where exactly the problem lies, they immediately go to identifying reading material that they will use to do the intervention with. But as we all know, if you look at different publishers and different developers, they use different grade leveling systems, and those ones are not equal at all. And because we don't have a standardized readability system or leveling system that we use, we will never be in agreement about what the grade level really is of a specific text. And if we just use qualitative measures to do that, how are we going to find a scientific process to answer questions about grade leveling? So that's my question. How do we compare, how do we use the benchmarks with grade leveling systems? Thank you.
Thank you. There's half a question here, and then half a question. Eh? She's within the confidence. Look, I think that I'm going to ask the panel, it's a very short comment or question, quickly, and I will range the mic from you.
Comment, question, Zelda Barnes from Stellenbosch University. You know, we have now, I think this is great. This is oh, okay. This is hard work, well done. This is for foundation phase, but remember who enters the foundation phase? Our 5-, 6-year-old learners. Where do they come from? Early childhood education and development. So the next step would then be, what does that have to look like? What needs to happen there? Do all learners have access to quality programs that will give them the leverage to be able to do what they need to do in the foundation phase classroom? Thank you.
Absolutely important. Thank you very much. Pre-foundation implications. You go ahead, Lisang Mpumi, and the good doctor in that order.
Sure, I think I'll select which questions I want to answer. But you're going first. I think maybe I'll cover some of the thing, because I think there's a running theme of like, what do we do what do we do? We know we've got these benchmarks, and now we know that learners aren't meeting the benchmarks, and that has dire implications for the rest of their schooling career. And so, what do we do? And I think in thinking about this, there's many ways in which we can, attack the same big elephant, maybe not elephant, but different other threatening beast that we're trying to get to. And the first one, I think, for me, which is important, is the resource that is in the classroom with the learners. So yes, ECD, important, but the learners are in the classroom now. So what do we do with the resource that is in the classroom that's going to help the main thing is? So, and this looks for me in two ways. So there's pre-service training, right? So incorporating these benchmarks, this culminated, this, how do we need to get this consensus of what does reading look like in the early grades for the different languages. And I think for me specifically, in terms of pre-service instruction for teachers, it's actually really developing the African language units in the education departments, right? I think there's not enough done in those, in the universities for that specifically. I think there's a lot of resources and concentration looking at English and Afrikaans, right? So that's first thing. And secondly, the teachers who are already in the classrooms. Like, so what does in-service training look like? And I mean, we've got great evidence from EGRS and RSP and what like coaching has done in these classrooms, where teachers have received some kind of reading coach, an external person who's able to help them get those, fill in the gaps of the cracks that these learners have. The second thing is consistent monitoring. So we have these benchmarks now, let's use them, right? Like, so in your programs that you're doing, measuring, continuously measuring, so that the quicker we're able to see where learners are, which learners are stumbling, then the quicker it is to intervene. And it's easier to intervene in the primary grades than it is later on when they're in the FET, for example. And then thirdly is resources. So having materials that are appropriate for the language context, so like alphabet freezers, graded readers. I think there's some people who were in Daba, and I had presented on this about like the importance of having quality materials that are appropriate. And then lastly is that resource. So we need to actually know more. So when we think about training of teachers, like what are we training them on? Like I think there's still like a knowledge gap that we have on how do we teach reading in African languages, really, right? So lots of our theories are based off of English and what, like, historically, like, oh, this is what, English is for. Let's focus all our attention on, like, mastering accuracy, but that's less important in African languages because you can really quickly master accuracy, and what's important is making sure that you're able to decode the text in the first year of your schooling, blending, and that's like a better program. That's my hypothesis, we'll see. But essentially making sure that we've got researchers who are actually looking at this and like, what does it look like to teach reading in specifically for African languages and not using other resources from languages that are vastly different. I think maybe, let me leave the other question for me.
Then on the other questions, one of the questions was on multilingual settings. So because we're in Gauteng, our general perception is that the whole country is super multilingual, which we find is not true. Gauteng is the most multilingual context, probably followed by Western Cape, but for the rest of the country, they're fairly monolingual, so the language groups, are quite fixed. So a lot of learners recently looking at Pearl's data, more than 90% of children said they were receiving their home language education in their home language. So the LOLT at school and the language at home were matching. That being said, even in multilingual context, we expect children to master a language for the purposes of academic learning. So we can have we can use languages to get to meaning, so that if a child is calling this a buka or a buku or a book, we all are sure that we're talking about the same thing. But then in teaching children, teachers then have the responsibility to say, in X language it's called this. And so there is still acknowledging the multilingual context, but focusing on mastering an actual specific language. Then in terms of benchmarking or comparing to our neighboring countries, we have had a dialogue that's been facilitated by the West Bank with Eswatini, sharing on the work we're doing. And as we're finishing this work for the remaining languages, we hope to have the same with Botswana and Lesotho in terms of sharing the work. But in terms of learning from their context and adopting their benchmarks, in Southern Africa, we don't have benchmarks for these languages. So we could not borrow from Lesotho or Botswana. And secondly, a lot of the neighboring countries, in fact, go for a straight for English approach from grade 1. So there is no investment in their African languages. I'm not going to talk about dialects. Then on subject advisors, yes, the room has several subject advisors. I'm tempted to ask them to stand. But the purpose is so that they're getting the information firsthand here about the benchmarks. But step 1 is you develop the benchmarks. Then we get to the usage components that Carol spoke about at the subject advisor level for LTSMs, for monitoring, etc. And we will have panels later that explore this a little bit more. Then in terms of longitudinal studies or tracking how children start and end, the early grade reading study currently is the only study where we follow children from grade 1 through to grade 7. If we're here, Stephen, in 2026, we will look for them in matric. We have their ID numbers, and then we'll have an event and tell you how they were reading early on and how they've progressed. But although I'm saying that as a joke, it would be a good investment for our country to be tracking outcomes like reading in a systematic, deliberate way, considering how we are performing. And then to end off on Zelda's question on ECD, I think it is a good thing that the DBE is now responsible for ECD. That function shift has been important, and I think the way we've been thinking and talking about it is first it's just transfer. You take the function as it is, but then the second component is transformation. And part of that has been assessing children for the first time at the age of 5. We now know before they start schooling what their math and reading and other outcomes are. So the Thrive by 5 study and report are on our website, and that already tells us where children are even before grade R. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Last comment from Dr.
I'm going to ask.
It's on.
I'm going to ask Dr. Ramahoshi to respond to the questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Refilwe Ramahoshi. I'm with the University of Pretoria. I would like to answer the one on the metric reading, metric correlation between poor results in metric and reading. I believe there is a correlation between that, because we are still struggling with students at university level who can't read fluently in Setswana. And the first thing that comes to your mind when you ask them a question, they answer in English and they think better in English. But what I've also observed when I was doing my research was the fact that in some preschool, grade 3 or grade 1 and grade 3 primary schools, you find that, like the first speaker has said, I can't remember, the gentleman, at the back, that most learners go to the school closest to them. But I was shocked in one township that the teacher was not even aware that in grade 1, the medium of instruction should be the mother tongue. she was teaching in English. When I asked the learners about what a giraffe or a lion is in Setswana, no, they did not know. They just said giraffe, lion. They don't know those terms in African languages. So, and then also the one on the time from Molteno. I've also experienced during my research that time was not allocated the same in reading. They were given, teachers were given specific time to do reading in 10 minutes and shift to the other. It's not going to be possible to do justice to reading. So those are some of the, and then also the fact that even if it's a Tswana area, there are many learners who come from different language groups. So we should also take that into consideration. They could be in a Tswana area, but they're not mother tongue speakers.
Thank you very much. I think that this has been an extremely useful session. We are going into tea now in the next half minute or so. Extremely useful because it throws up a lot of implications for the work that's being done within classrooms, within schools, how schools are organized to support reading, how schools are supported in the different ways that we do. Some of these questions actually you can answer, you will be answering if you like, especially questions that relate to what's happening in terms of teaching, what's the focus, what do people actually do when there's supposed to be instruction, but also what happens outside the school. So the very, very important implications. But also then what happens, what are the implications for before schooling and preparation for schooling, and the implications for the ECD, what happens in terms of the quality of ECD. What happens between grades is extremely important as people journey, if you like, their reading journey between grades, but also their reading journey as learners within the system, and the implications for remedial, for catch-up programs, for time on task, and the way that the timetabling is happening, but what happens in those respects. So lots and lots of work that we need to do when we come back, but for now, for the next 20 minutes, we have tea. I realize that there are about 10 people outside who have been standing, and so we'll make arrangements during the tea break to accommodate them. But we have tea, I think, to the left. I don't know, yeah, there's tea outside. So let's reconvene at 11:30. This really important set of discussions. I know there's a lot of people that have a lot of things to say, and they will say it. There is space to say it. There's a whole hour between now and lunch to say some of those things. So thank you.
Excellent. All right, what a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. It's almost like being in love. Okay. What does love have to do with early childhood education and reading benchmarks? Well, we're all here because we're so committed and in love with the work that we do. Anywho, I just needed to get your attention, and that worked. So, hi, I am Dr. Felicia Wilson-Young. I am with USAID. I am the Education Team Lead, Education, Youth, and the Young African Leaders Initiative. We are so excited to be here. And the reason I'm excited, with my colleagues who are here, as well as some of our implementing partners, DBE is our primary partner in the work that we're doing in education. And many of you are as well. So I am so excited to be here. And in doing so, I want to say, Molo. Come on, I need some feedback. Molo. Okay? San Bonani. Dumalang. Da. Alo. Okay, let me go to the English that I know, which is just hello. I am a firm believer that how we greet people, you know how they say you had me at hello. Well, I'm glad that I have your attention now, and I'm glad that we are here. And when you greet people in their own language, even though I was struggling, you all gave me grace and you responded. And I believe that when you greet people, you always get a response. So I just want to say, since 2015, USAID's policy statement and our goal is to support reading. Not just any reading, but to support over 100 million children in reading. So at this point, we estimate that we're probably at about 87 million worldwide. So we still got some work to do. And we need those of you who are in this room to help us complete that work. We are partners. We are co-laborers in this work. And there's still so much work to be done. Now, I know that I'm preaching to the choir. Everyone understands that term, right? Preaching to the choir. Can I get an amen? All right, amen. That's what I'm talking about. So in regards to preaching to the choir, I recognize that benchmarks are set, you know, for expectations, norms for literacy and reading and performance at each grade. We've heard some of that conversation earlier today. They ensure that teachers can assess African language learners' literacy levels systematically and accurately. That's why we're here. The question is at hand, one of the questions I had, is are English first additional language benchmarks the same as English as first language benchmarks? One of my colleagues had that conversation on our way here today, and I thought, I'd like to learn more. Well, that's why we're here, to learn more. Is there the same quality? Is there the same commitment level? And as we heard earlier presented to us, we found one of our colleagues said, hey, what if we were able to develop the African language benchmarks based on the African language itself and how African language is spoken, as opposed to using English as sort of the baseline or the point of reference. So there's more for us to learn. Learning to read for meaning is the most important skill that children learn in primary school or in early childhood, right? If a child cannot read well, then they will not be able to do well in school. But I want to take this just beyond the school. They will not be able to do well in life. They will not be able to begin to engage in socioeconomic settings where they're able to thrive. And that's why we're here, to continue to work to make that possible. I can say when it comes to reading, I love to read. My family loves to read. I have an 8-year-old son. He loves to read. And the reason is, for me, I see as a young person, I gained that passion for reading myself because I wanted to explore the world. And I was able to explore the world through reading and to learn to read before I was traveling, before I was educated, before I was, you know, Dr. whomever, right? That's a title, it's not who I am. It's through those reading experiences that I was able to engage with various cultures and languages and ways of being and knowing. But more importantly, I began to nurture my own identity through being exposed and reading. Who am I? What am I? Where do I fit in this world system? All of that helped me to be formed through my reading engagement. So today we're going to hear Dr. Lily Pretorius. She's going to share the research about English first edition language, and reading challenges that English poses. And then we'll hear from Ms. Kolosa Nonkenji, and she's going to share with us benchmarking early grade reading skills and E-FAL. They're going to show the research. They're going to share with us the information, then you'll have an opportunity to ask questions and to have a conversation. Let this be a conversation about reading. And I want to quote a very famous author that I think most of us have had an opportunity to engage with. The more you read, the more things we'll know. The more that you learn, the more places you will go. That's Dr. Seuss, everybody. And so I kind of feel like reading Dr. Seuss is very similar to some sort of like religious text, right? Applicable to the entire world. So I thank you for listening to me, and I would invite Dr. Lily Pretorius to come to the podium. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's very nice to be here. Ironically, this is about reading, but we are only going to have an oral discussion because the system is not working. So I have written the presentation, but only I can see it. Luckily, I can see it. Otherwise, I would not know what, I wouldn't remember what I'm going to talk about. So I'm talking about English first editional language and the reading challenges that English poses. And I had a picture of Old English from the 9th century and modern English from a Pearl's literacy text in 2016, just to show how much the language has changed over time, from Old English to modern English to modern English. And this is why all these changes that have happened over the centuries, this is why it makes reading such a challenge in English. But before we talk about that, I want to say something briefly about alphabetic writing systems, because to position English within that framework, oh, there we are, great. So there's Old English on the left-hand side. They use lots of letters that we don't use in English anymore. And to read Old English, you actually have to learn it as a new language completely, as a additional or a foreign language. And you can see by how much it's changed in English. So we're going to be talking about some of these challenges that these changes have posed. But it's really important to understand alphabetic writing systems. When we look at reading development and why it's such a challenge, we've seen from the benchmarks how children in our country are struggling with early reading development. You need to understand the nature of alphabetic writing systems. And they're a recent invention in our history as human beings. They're only about 5,000 years old. And it really was an innovative leap when alphabetic language systems were designed. So, early logographic writing systems where they drew pictures to represent words in language, those were the early stages of writing. And you see in hieroglyphics, for example, there's waves that didn't represent water. The Egyptian word for water began with N. So they used waves to depict the sound N. But around 5,000 years ago, they started designing a written language system that captured the sound system of language, the sound system. And that's really important, either at the syllabic level or even lower down at the consonant and vowel level. So over the early Phoenicians, around about the 2nd millennium before Christ, represent consonants from Semitic languages because vowels are grammatical in Semitic languages, they're not lexical. But then the Greeks adapted this to include both consonants and vowels. So in most alphabetic languages, those symbols represent consonants and vowels in a language. And over the centuries, languages have adopted this alphabetic system to their own particular requirements. So in some alphabetic writing systems, they have far more letters, like the Russian alphabet, they use 37 letters, for example. We only use 26 in English. And the other important thing to remember is that oral language is acquired. We don't have to teach children how to learn to speak their home, the language they encounter at home. But that's not the case with written languages. Throughout the world, all written languages, whether they're logographic, alphasyllabic, or alphabetic, they need to be taught. And this is really important. So the way we teach reading in an alphabetic language will affect how well children are learning it. And Neliswa made a comment earlier on that, why are our children doing so poorly? You really need to go to the education system and to see how languages are taught in classrooms to answer that question. So these are different alphabetic writing systems. Some of them start from the right and they go to the left. Most of them start from the left and they go to the right. And we have to train our eyes to read across these symbols from left to right or from right to left, and we have to do it very quickly. So you can see all the different alphabetic writing systems. Ours is the Roman or Latin one. All of these are about once upon a time. There were 3 little pigs, and you can see how different they all are. And in all those education systems, children have to learn how that code works. The interesting thing is, for some other reason, historical reason, in English, it was decided by the whole language approach and by social constructivist theories of learning that you didn't actually have to teach this. If you just made meaning the most important part, if you privileged meaning above everything else, then children would somehow pick this up. But you can imagine learning to read in any of these other languages, how difficult it would be if you only focused on meaning, and if nobody told you what those symbols mean. So surprisingly, in other education systems, they teach the children this. But in some education systems, especially if they follow social constructivist theories of learning, they sort of leave the kids to figure it out themselves. Okay, so there are 2 important effects that we get in alphabetic writing systems. The size of the code, how many letters there are, and how transparent it is, the nature of that code. So we do know from research in other alphabetic language systems that like alphasyllabic languages, they use symbols to represent all the syllables in the language. There always, in any language, there always far more syllables than there are sounds. So an alphasyllabic language, it's more difficult to teach because you have to teach so many more letter sounds. So children take longer to read in orthographies with a more extensive code set. So the larger the code set, the longer it will take. But it's not just the number of letters that you have to teach. It's also how opaque or transparent the language is. And we do know from research all over the world, the more transparent the code is, the faster children can learn it, and the easier it is to teach it. So I've borrowed this chart from a Finnish researcher, reading researcher, Rauno Parilo, and he's sort of mapped it from small to large. You have one dimension, or from deep or opaque to shallow or transparent. And you can map different languages on that aspect. So the smaller the code set, the more transparent it is, the easier it is, the quicker the children learn that code and start reading. The more opaque it is and the larger the code set, the longer it takes and the more difficult it is. It's not impossible, it just means that education systems must be aware of this and act accordingly. So for example, in Finnish, it's one of the smallest code sets. They only have 28 letters. There are actually only 25 phonemes, but they have those extra letters to represent sounds that occur in other languages around them, but they don't occur in their own languages. That's the most transparent and the smallest code set. And we do know that the Finns are very good. The Finnish education system is very good at teaching reading from an early age. And even before kids start in grade 1 in Finnish, they already know the code of their language. Chinese is the most difficult. It has 40,000 graphs that children have to learn. If we think our kids are struggling with 26 letters of the alphabet in grade 1, in China, they have to learn 300 to 400 graphs in the first year of schooling. And everyone is focused on that, and they practice a lot so that the kids know. Because you can't read at all in Chinese if you don't know at least, you can't read a children's book if you don't know at least 400 graphs. Japanese kanji is also very difficult. Tamil, an Indian language, it's an alphasyllabic language. It has 247 alphabetic letters. It's very transparent, but the code set is quite large. So it takes those kids up to about grade 2 to learn the code set. Then English is in that upper right-hand box. It's opaque. It doesn't have so many phonemes in English. There are only 44 phonemes in English. We use 26 letters to represent those 44 phonemes. But there are at least 250 graphs that children have to learn. So it is quite complex. And that's why English is such a challenge. Doesn't mean it can't be learned. Most education systems, many education systems in English use English for education purposes, and their learners learn to read quite well. So English orthography has one of the most opaque orthographies amongst alphabetic languages. It's regarded as an outlier. And ironically, much of the research in the world on reading has been done mainly in English. And then we used an outlier orthography. People didn't realize that because they hadn't done many cross-linguistic studies yet. Then they used an outlier orthography to base their theories of reading on. And we know if you're a statistician, that's the worst thing to do. You don't take an outlier for your theory building. You follow where the converging evidence goes. So English uses 26 letters of the alphabet to map onto 44 English phonemes, of which 24 of those are consonants and 20 are vowels. And that's what makes English so difficult for many E-FAL learners, because in the African languages, as we heard this morning, in African languages you have 5 letters to represent 5 to 7 vowels. It's a very simple vowel system, but the vowel system in English is really very complex, over 20 vowels. And E-FAL learners don't always hear the difference between those vowels, which makes it more difficult. Modern English developed from Old English and Middle English with lots of grammatical and sound changes. So Old English was an inflectional language with lots of morphologically very rich. And over the years, the grammar has simplified. It's become an isolating language now. And there's been lots of changes, sound changes. I don't know if you've heard of the Great Vowel Shift. Linguists get very excited about that, and we're always surprised that no one else does. But a really interesting period of language in the 14th and 15th century, where the vowels all shifted, but in very predictable ways. But the orthography was not standardized. And that's why we sit with this problem today. So unlike transparent orthographies, which have mostly one-to-one letter sounds, if you say the f sound in African languages, you just use the letter F for it. You don't have to worry about anything else. That's a one-to-one relationship. But in English, we have a lot of one-to-many relationships, both from phonemes to letters and from letters to phonemes, as I'll show you now. So, for example, some of the one-to-many phoneme to grapheme mappings, this mapping is like the consonant phoneme f. We can write as if, we can write it as if at the end of the word, we can write it as ph, or we can write it as gh at the end of the word, as in cough. The consonant phoneme sh can be written as sh, as in shun, station, t, mission, ss, sure, s, chef, social. Huh? The vowel phoneme a, as in maid, can be written in many different ways. And the schwa vowel phoneme which doesn't occur in the African languages, has about 15 graphemes. If you look at the graphemes, and go from the grapheme, like the grapheme g, grapheme is just a fancy word for the letter. But I just wanted to show how educated I was. I'm retired now, and very often when you're retired, people sort of dismiss you, oh, she's past her age. But I just want to show you. I know what a grapheme is. As a linguist, I know very well what a phoneme is. But the grapheme G, the grapheme G, or that letter, can be written as the same way. You can pronounce it as go, as in go, or you can pronounce it as j, as in giraffe. Similarly with ka, you have it in cat, or it can be as in ace, and so on. You can see from all those examples I give there. And then just the cherry on the top is that some of our letters, we put them in there, but you don't sound them out. They're silent. So, then we also have frequency counts. All languages will differ in terms of which letters, not sounds, but letters are most frequent. So these are, for example, the most frequent consonants in English is the letter R. And in the Nguni languages, you know, the letter R doesn't really feature at all. So it's important for teachers to know which sounds are highly frequent in one language and how they behave if they're being taught as an E-FAL or as a home language. And you can see some of these sounds are fairly similar, but there are also quite a lot of differences there. And I put in the frequency of, thank you, Martino, Jenny Katz, your data, on the frequency of consonant sounds in isiXhosa. And you can see how different they are. There are some overlaps, but there are. The most frequent vowel letter in English is E, and U is quite low. We also use the letter Y sometimes to represent a vowel, and sometimes we can use it to represent a phoneme, a consonant. So there are these differences between the languages. Now, we do know from cross-linguistic research that there's a really large body of research that shows rapid mastery of fluent reading accuracy can happen for the vast majority of children learning to read in a transparent orthography. It should happen like that. And the smaller the code set, the faster it will happen. If the code set is slightly larger, I think the African languages, especially those complex consonant letters that Connie spoke about earlier, it is a slightly larger code set, but it is transparent. So it shouldn't pose too many difficulties if it's well done. And there have been lots of studies. I also just wanted to show you, I'm not just telling you this. I'm not a politician who makes up facts. In academia, we must show where we got our information from. So I'm just listing some of these references for those of you who are slightly skeptical. But, for example, there was a big study done of 14 countries in Europe, and they found that in Norwegian, Dutch, Icelandic, Swedish, Spanish, Italian, Finnish, etc., Turkish, German, and Greek, grade ones were learning to read far more quickly. And the English learners were really struggling behind. And they were not struggling learners. We might think that some nations, like the English or the other, if you consider jokes like the Irish, jokes about the Irish and so on, they might say, well, that's the reason why. But it just does take kids learning home language, English speakers, it takes them slightly longer to learn to read in their home language because of this challenging orthography. So in contrast, in English, grade 1 learners, in other languages, and remember, Finnish and Turkish are very similar to African languages. They're agglutinating languages and have long, very long words in the languages. But even so, children achieve accuracy much faster compared to English. And if the quality of teaching is poor and if there's very little phonics in the curriculum, then it's going to take English kids even longer to learn to read. There's just one interesting study in Welsh. Welsh is the most bilingual country in the UK. And this study was done in the same schools where both Welsh and English was being taught to grade 1s. And they found that the Welsh learners were learning to read much faster in Welsh, which also has long words. You all know that word in Welsh that has 37 letters in it. I won't even try and pronounce it. But even so, Welsh learners are reading to read more quickly. And you can see from that graph there, the strongest readers are on the left-hand side of the graph, the weakest are in the right. And you can see how much weaker the weak readers in English are compared to the weak readers in Welsh. That's in grade 2. And we see that pattern from very large-scale study done in the US. You can see how proficient readers are only really becoming really proficient in English by grade 3. And none of these other, on the right, towards the right-hand side of that graph, all those stippled lines towards the bottom, those are your higher order skills. Children cannot develop higher order skills if they haven't learned to decode. You simply don't have enough memory space in the mind to do so. So some of the main differences between English and African languages, which I think teachers should know. You know, English is a stress time language, African languages are syllabic languages. We have a fairly simple consonant system in English, but a complex vowel system. It's the opposite way in African languages. The frequency of letters should be different in the classrooms, where they're taught, because it should reflect what's happening in the African languages. I mean, in both languages. But very often you'll find English phonics approaches apply to African languages, and then the frequency order is completely different. We have a far more complex syllable structure in English. Sorry, there I was going to fill in the others, but I had a memory lapse. Whereas in African languages, it's fairly straightforward. We have a lot of very short words in English. 2-letter words, 3-letter words, and 4-letter words. They're very, very prominent, and they're high-frequency words, so you'll get them in a lot of children's storybooks. And I think that's why, because we have so many short words in English, that's why the whole language approach to English could actually exist, because we had so many short words. But it would never have, a whole language approach to teaching reading would never have happened if the original people had been speakers of Zulu or isiXhosa. Interesting. So there are slightly different ways in which children acquire fluency in English. Vocabulary is quite important because of the opaque language system. So the pedagogical implications, despite its opaque orthography, it is sufficiently regular for children to really benefit enormously from a phonics program. There are different estimates, but at least 80% or more of words in English can be read phonically, so phonics is very important in English. We do know from research that education systems with transparent languages have a long tradition of explicitly teaching children how the code works, as opposed to the whole language approach where they focus on meaning and the kid just somehow has to figure out the code itself. So foundation phase E-FAL programs should not have to reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of programs out there. We know how to teach reading in English. Whether you're a first language teacher, a first language reader, or an E-FAL reader, the basic principles remain the same. If I were to learn to read in Venda, whether I'm a Venda speaker or not, you're still going to follow the same basic phonic principles. There are a lot of good programs out there, don't reinvent the wheel. And just in the teacher training, it's very important to show new teachers. Joy, you've mentioned this, how they can adapt or modify or provide extra explanation for children who are coming from a different language. And we do know, and this has been mentioned in the research already, that decoding skills share the same alphabetic writing systems. They're eminently transferable. So if children in foundation phase learn to read well in isiZulu, then when they read in English, it will really make their task much, much easier. And I just want to share with you this quickly. This whole thing, but the difference between spoken and written language, there are many similarities, but there are fundamental differences that you need to take into account when you're looking at reading development. And many of our learning theories, like social constructivism, have ignored this basic difference. If you look at the brain, we've got 4 lobes, and that dark orange, the temporal lobe, and the frontal lobe, the yellow one, those are our language lobes in the brain. We genetically program when children learn to acquire language, those are the lobes that will be activated when they're learning to speak. And when we speak orally, we are using the purple, the deep purple, and the yellow parts of our brain. But when we learn to read, we have to use the occipital lobe, that blue one. It's at the back of your head here. That's your visual cortex. And the visual, you have to develop, any form of learning is laying down new neural pathways. You have to develop new neural pathways that are not genetically there, from the occipital lobe to the language lobes. And we do know that that's why practice is so important and why decoding skills are different from the higher order language skills that we use when we comprehend languages. It takes about 250 milliseconds to process from the occipital lobe to the language lobes. And if it's not done quickly, you have a massive disadvantage. So any form of processing in our brain, the faster you can do it, the greater cognitive advantage you have. And that's why we're seeing the results we are in the benchmarking. Kids who can do this quickly, accurately and fast, are the ones who can actually read with comprehension. Our brain is just made in that way. If you read very slowly and with low levels of accuracy, you don't have enough working memory to actually process what it is that you're doing. So I'll just end on that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kolosa. I work here at the DBE with the Research Directorate, also known as the best directorate at the DBE. I will be presenting on benchmarking for English as first additional languages. And I'll begin by explaining why we need E-FAL benchmarks. And it's because it's not sufficient to merely have standards in home language. As African home languages serve as the language of learning and teaching in the foundation phase, the language of learning and teaching switches to English from grade 4, while home language instruction continues. And we also need benchmarks because so much time is spent in English in the curriculum, and especially in grades 4 to 6, the intermediate phase, relative to the foundation phase. So the researchers for these benchmarks thought it wise to include the intermediate phase when setting these benchmarks. Data for English first additional language was created combining multiple study, the first and second early grade reading study, which included Setswana, isiZulu, Siswati, the story-powered schools in KZN and in the Eastern Cape, which included isiZulu and isiXhosa, Leadership for Literacy in KZN, and Gauteng and Limpopo, which included isiZulu, Sepedi, and Xitsonga, and the Fundawande study in Limpopo, which focused on Sepedi. In total, about 23,000 unique learners were assessed in this process in 900 schools, and almost all schools were no fees, and this data collection took part in 6 of the 9 South African provinces. The texts that were used for benchmarking English as first additional language were narrative texts only, and they included Jabu and the Dog, How the Elephant Got Its Trunk, Unbelievable, and Unbelievable Night. And it is important to note here that these texts had a lot of differences and similarities. And also the most common theme of these texts was that they were very easy to read, and they were set below the grade level so that the learners would be able to read them. And it is important to note that using more difficult texts or texts that children are expected to read in these grades would have likely produced worse results, as we will see. The approach for E-FAL benchmarking included 2 steps. The first being establishing E-FAL frequency, threshold, and benchmarks. And this was a data-driven process which examined the relationship between reading speed and accuracy, reading accuracy and comprehension. The second step was to establish grade level associated with the threshold and benchmark. And here the researchers considered international English second language norms and benchmarks, current levels of E-FAL performance, and the system requirements. Now on to the first step. The relationship between speed and accuracy in reading. As Professor Lily just spoke, that she alluded to this, children learning to read in transparent orthographies do so more quickly and achieve greater accuracy more quickly than children learning to read in English. And accuracy is likely to be achieved later in a second language than it is in the home language. And here the researchers use 85% as a signal for developed accuracy in the early grades in E-FAL rather than the 95%. And from this graph that depicts the relationship between accuracy and speed, we can see that accuracy and speed increase quite steeply together, and they increase up to a point, and you get to 85% accuracy, which aligns with reading at the speed of 50 correct words per minute. And then the relationship flattens off at 85% accuracy, and by the time we get to 90% accuracy, it aligns with 90 correct words per minute, and the relationship thereon is flat. Now, the relationship between fluency and comprehension, as depicted in this graph, is the relationship for samples completing a subset of all the comprehension questions for English as a first additional language. In the first zone, we have low accuracy and low frequency. And here we see that even if learners get all words correct when reading at speeds below 50 words per minute, they are reading too slowly to grasp the meaning of what they have read. And in the second zone, in the accuracy zone, where fluency has improved, we see that learners are getting 50 to 89 correct words per minute, and comprehension here shifts into the developmental zone, and learners here were answering correctly about every 4 to 6 of the 10 comprehension questions. And lastly, when learners by the time they were in the fluency zone, they were reading at 90 correct words per minute, and here comprehension had reached much higher levels, but comprehension improvements tend to diminish above the 90 correct words per minute mark. So, does meeting the E-FAL threshold of 50 correct words per minute predict future fluency? And the answer to that is yes. And to elaborate, we are taking the StoryPod schools and the EGRS schools. In the first one on my left, where fluency in grade 5 was measured again by the learner's fluency profile in grade 4 for E-FAL, and the performance was for non-readers, readers below the threshold, and those who were meeting the threshold. And we see that what happens by grade 5 for those who are meeting the threshold, in grade 5, they meet the benchmark at 62%. And then for the EGRS 1 study in Northwest, we also had non-readers, readers below the threshold, and those who were meeting the threshold. And if they were meeting the threshold in grade 4, we see that 87% of these learners will meet the benchmark by the time that they reach grade 7. And we also see here that non-readers stagnate. Slow readers can attain the lower threshold, and meeting the threshold is predictive of meeting the benchmark for E-FAL. Step 2, establishing grade level associated with thresholds and benchmarks in E-FAL. Here we'll look at English second language norms from other contexts. And here we mainly look at English fluency norms from international studies, at end of grade medium fluency, which was at the 50th percentile, and also oral reading fluency. And as we can see that in the different grades, the minimal and the negligible risks are at levels that are way higher than what we currently have in South Africa. And at the minimum in South Africa, we would like to establish an E-FAL threshold that aligns with grades as per the Broward County B1 level classification of English second language speakers for grade 3, which is at 89. However, I think the reality in South Africa is closer to the Broward A1 and A2, which for grade 3 is 49 and 74 for the learners. So this graph depicts the current realities of the current levels of E-FAL in South Africa. And if we look at the end of grade 2 and the EJRS 2 study in Mpumalanga, the end of grade 2 and the start of grade 3, the significant proportion of learners were unable to read one word, and as we can see at 17 to 34%, and only a few, 12% pre the pandemic, were able to meet the threshold of 50 correct words per minute. And by the end of grade 3, we see that 19 to 32% of learners were still unable to read one word in English, as depicted by the dark blue color. And by the end of grade 5, only 29% were able to meet the benchmark of 90 correct words per minute. And at the end of grade 6, 30 to 56% were able to meet the benchmark of reading 90 correct words per minute. And so in E-FAL, the reading performance in E-FAL was arrived at by the researchers by taking the range across all the different study samples that I mentioned earlier in South Africa to create E-FAL fluency levels that can be met by all learners and are still and those that are still attainable for children in South Africa. And at the grade, you can see from the grade 2 level, the levels are 30, 50, at grade 3, at grade 4, it's 70 plus, grade 5, 90, at grade 6, 100. And in South Africa, learners who meet the benchmarks at the end of each grade would achieve a minimum competency rating, of 4 on the CAPS assessment scale. And learners also typically improve with 20 correct words per minute each year, and each benchmark is a predictor of whether a learner will be able to read for meaning by grade 5. And so learners at the end of grade 2 reading 30 correct words per minute are at a development threshold, which is far too low to support comprehension, yet it is predictive of whether learners can reach a fluency threshold of 50 correct words per minute a year later. And at the end of grade 3, at 50 correct words per minute, learners start to derive a limited amount of meaning from what they are reading, and this is predictive of meeting the benchmark in grade 5. And at 70 correct words per minute at the end of grade 4, learners had reached a stepping stone of reaching the benchmark of 90 correct words per minute by the end of grade 5. And like I said earlier, where by 20 correct words per minute was the typical expected improvement over 1 year. And at 90 correct words per minute, learners are at the fluency level that is necessary for them to reach higher levels of comprehension, necessary but not sufficient to support improvements in their comprehension. And so at the end of grade 6, at 100 correct words per minute, This where learners in South Africa would be roughly at the grade appropriate English second language, 50th percentile norm by the international standards. In conclusion, while these grade-specific minimum English first additional languages fluency levels may be criticized as being too low, these are not the desired levels of minimum performance at the 50th or 75th percentile, but they reflect a minimum of fluency levels to be attained by all learners at the end of each grade. And as reading improves in the future, these minimum suggested fluency levels should be shifted upwards. Schools or classes where English is taught as a first additional language, reading development occurs faster. Parents and teachers can refer to available international reading fluency norms as guides to help the children improve their reading. Also, lastly, reaching these contextually relevant minimum E-FAL fluency levels should not be viewed in isolation of reaching home language reading thresholds and benchmarks, and the development of decoding skills in African home languages, in African home language reading improves reading foundation for learning to read in English as the first additional language. Thank you.
Excellent, colleagues, excellent. So, what did we hear? This is an opportunity. We open up the floor for an opportunity just to have some questions go forward and to engage in a dialogue as we've done before. I think what was interesting for me that stood out was listening to Dr. Lilly talk about, elements of mapping and the relationship of the brain and what it means to learn in English. And also how that mapping affects or helps students sort of develop these skills in reading and improve their reading skills. That's really phenomenal. And for those who are skeptical, she has the data to support it. So I just want to mention that again. And then second, we listened to Ms. Colosa talk about, at least what I heard, was that the speed of which average accuracy and fluency is important. It impacts how one develops and becomes an avid reader, but also looking at the lower fluency thresholds that can be predictive based on meeting various benchmarks. And I also heard her say, at least in my mind, that there's sort of non-parametric methods that can be used to contextually improve and sort of ground truth the fluency thresholds and benchmarks. So we're going to open the floor now for those who may have questions or comments. I believe, we do have time, and remember, this is what's standing between you and lunch. So let's open the floor. Yes. There's one more session and then lunch. Thank you. Do we have the mic? Yes.
Thank you for the presentations. My question to Colosa and Professor Pretorius, I want to find out can we predict as to how well a child would read in another language based on their reading levels in one language? I saw the brain and how it works.
Yes, I think we'll take a few questions and then, is it on? Yeah. Are there more? This one here.
Hi, Irene Pampalis from Wit/Stellenbosch/ a bit complicated, but never mind. So 2 questions. One is just to pick up on the question that's just been asked and make it slightly more specific. We heard earlier from Dr. Ramahoshi that you sometimes have kids who are more comfortable speaking or reading in English than in their home language. So I was wondering, in that context, would you expect their English first additional language scores to be in line with their home language reading fluency, or would it trail, or would it lead their home language reading fluency? Like, what would the relationship be there, if that makes sense? And then the second question is, if we're saying that at that sort of minimum threshold of 50 correct words per minute, which we're expecting kids to reach around grade 5 level, if that's the point where they could start to get limited comprehension from the texts they're reading, but not full comprehension, does it make sense for students to be learning in English in the intermediate phase, or should they still be learning in their home language at that stage?
The floor is still open. Are there any other questions? Okay. We open the floor for the response. Thank you.
Hi, Morgan. To answer your question on prediction, how well does a child reading in one language predict their reading in another language? Across languages, the cross-linguistic evidence shows very strong prediction. If you're reading well in one language, whether you're a good isiZulu reader, you can predict that they will read well in English. That's how it works. I've also done research at intermediate level with English and Northern Sotho, and we found that the good readers in English, you could predict their reading skills the other way around. If they read well in English in grade 5 or grade 6, they would also read well in Northern Sotho. Very often they read slightly more poorly in Northern Sotho, but the good readers in English were also the good readers in Northern Sotho, for example. So you stay in your level, whether you're a good reader or not. If you're a weak reader in one language, you'll be a weak reader in another language. It doesn't mean that the child has to stay there. It's not, it's not destiny. If you have a good education system and you pick up quickly, early, that the child has got a reading problem, you can remediate it. It's when you leave children to their own devices, and that's what we're seeing in why we've got these low levels. Our kids are being left to their own devices. We don't have any assessment in foundation phase to pick up who is reading poorly, who's got a problem. You can pick it up in grade 1 at the end of term 1. You can pick up then already. Whether you test them on phonemic awareness or letter sound knowledge, you can pick up then who is a weak reader and help them. But we don't have that, so our children just continue struggling.
I wanted to reply to Irene's question. I forgot it. Can you repeat it for me again?
So basically, if at that threshold of 50 correct words a minute, you're getting limited understanding from a text, but not complete understanding. Should our learners be learning in English at that stage, or should they be learning in their home language in intermediate phase? Obviously, I'm not asking you to make policy here. I'm just just a first reaction.
I think my first reaction is to say that learners should be still learning in their home language at that phase. And I think that's work that the DBE with doing the benchmarks is trying to also champion the teaching and learning in the home language of learners, because we know, we've seen all the research and we've seen the low levels of accuracy and comprehension. So I think continuing in the home language would benefit the learners achieving academically.
Hi, Irene. I'll offer a slightly different response, but that's what makes this topic interesting. If they're reading at a basic threshold in English, they're probably also reading at a basic threshold in their home language. So unless you actually improve fluency in both languages, they're going to stay, either poor readers or average readers or good readers. You have to improve the fluency. I have tested university students. I think, Joy, you mentioned that the university, and you spoke about the FET band. We haven't tested it yet, but there would probably be a very strong relationship between fluency and comprehension at higher levels. I've tested university students who are reading at 100 words a minute, which we, as Kuliso showed, that's what they should be doing in grade 6. So they're at least 6 years behind where they should be. They're always going to struggle with comprehension if you don't improve their fluency. And it will happen in the home language as well as in English, in E-FAL. So it's really important to focus on improving fluency in whatever language.
Thank you. Are there more questions? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Benita Williams. I'm an evaluation consultant in Pretoria. My question is maybe to Lily. How do we use these benchmarks in schools where they teach English as a first language? We assume that letter sounds everybody need to learn. These are minimum benchmarks. I think, Kulosa, in your presentation at the end you said these benchmarks are not close to where they should actually be if we compare to other countries the first additional language, and that in those schools they can adjust it upwards. Do we have an idea what that should be in schools where they speak English as a home language? And then how do you apply the benchmarks to not home language, Setswana or Afrikaans home language as a first additional language? Just a question around that.
Molweni, I don't know whether it's morning or afternoon. Remember, in isiXhosa, we say molweni in the morning, molweni in the afternoon. So I'm wearing that isiXhosa cape now. I have a question on the E-FAL benchmarks. How could these benchmarks assist us, as in African languages, to try and close the gap between the grade 3 and the grade 4? Remember, there's that transition from isiXhosa to English. How could these benchmarks actually assist us to try and close that gap?
Are there any additional questions?
Hi, Benita. To answer your question, I just want to complicate it a bit more, taking into account our educational context. We do know from our research that socioeconomic factors are a very important role player in reading development. And that ties in with quintile schools. So quintile 1 and 3 schools tend to perform far more poorly than quintile 5 schools, for example. So when you're talking about what happens in schools where English is actually taught as a home language, but most of the learners are not home language speakers. In quintile 5 schools, they perform quite well. In quintile 1 and 3 schools, they struggle. It depends on the quality of education that they're getting. It depends what happens in the classrooms. We do know for home language English, for example, if by the end of grade 1, learners are not reading at least 40 words a minute, that's a sure sign that they are struggling readers. But I think in the South African context, even in quintile 5 schools, we need to be somewhere between home language of 40 letters a word and the DBE E-FAL of 30 words a letter, correct a minute, at the end of grade 2. So if a child in grade 1 is reading in English as a home language, whether they're in a quintile 1 to 3 school or quintile 5 school, if they're reading 30 words a minute, I would say they're probably doing okay, because they're not mother tongue speakers. But the mother tongue speakers should at least be reading 40 words a minute. So teachers in should be aware of these differences and the socioeconomic differences. The thing is that most of our quintile 1 to 3 schools are teaching reading in an African language. 75% of our foundation phase schools are teaching reading in an African home language. It's a minority of children who are actually learning to read for the first time in English. So we need to make sure that we get reading in African languages. Those kids must get out of those starting blocks as quickly as possible and as fluently and accurately as possible. And we know it can be done in transparent languages. Even though we have complex consonant code in African languages, if it's taught well, and if children are given lots of opportunities to practice, it can be done. And I think that's where the benchmarking project will really help in that regard.
To answer your question, I think, just to reiterate, to bridge the gap between home language and E-FAL, I think that developing the decoding skills in home language before the learner's transition is very important. And I think, as been said before by Prof. Pretorius and Lesang, that we need to work on building those decoding skills in the African languages, because it only then that it will make the transition, I think, smoother. I don't know about closing the gap, because I do think it's two different languages, there is a gap. But I think building those foundations in the home languages will help learners have a firm foundation in English as first additional language.
So thank you very much. Thank you all for your questions and for the opportunity to engage on this topic, this very important topic. And we appreciate you, Dr. Lily, and we appreciate you, Kalula, and Kalosa, on sharing your perspectives and the research that we found. And we welcome now to move into the next session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so you're not going out for lunch? Good afternoon, everyone. Great, that sounds a little bit better. Can I just check before we start, how many of you can read 120 words for meaning in Afrikaans? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And how many of you brought your books? It's there. Oh, okay. So Dr. Khutsia and Dr. Parents, please, we will have them to present this in English, because because clearly there's a lot of learners who have backlogs in this room. I was about to call my Afrikaans teacher, who clearly assessed me without the benchmarks, and let him know that, look at me facilitating an Afrikaans session. But because most of you do not understand that, the best that I know that most of you can master is Leileta, right? You don't know that it goes with age. You don't know that poem? Okay, do you know Ekezalamun? There's a lot that we need to do. It's not just benchmark. Welcome to the session. I'm going to try not to introduce the two ladies, because I think most of you know them. We've got 45 minutes to do what we were supposed to do in 1 hour. And also because most of you have Afrikaans challenges, we are going to try as much as possible to spend our time not going through the language and teaching and learning and dealing with your challenges, and we'll go straight to the session. For us as UNICEF, this is one of the most important launches, and this dates back to what department has been doing in the past few years, and some of the benchmarks starting from the African languages to the Afrikaans. And I must say that for most of us, we take Afrikaans benchmark for granted. I mean, for many years, I literally didn't know that we don't have Afrikaans benchmarks. And it is getting into these conversations that we learn about the realities of our system. And secondly, the assumptions that we make because we assume that African languages and the benchmarks have been the challenge of the system, and forgetting the many learners who learn in Afrikaans in many provinces, and making assumptions that most of those learners are in quintile 4 and 5 schools, which are which have capacity, which have resources. And again, Department of Basic Education, the research team, also known, AKA the best team in the system. Wow, Kolose. We congratulate you for unearthing some of these issues, and for the strong partners who are in this room who continuously strengthen the system, capacitate the system, and contribute to new knowledge and resolving most of these issues. And I say that COVID-19 has been an opportunity, and I'm hoping that we take advantage of this opportunity to develop all areas of early grade reading. Today, the two ladies who are going to present in Afrikaans but are busy changing their presentations into English. We've got Zelda. Dr. Barense is from University of Stellenbosch, which is in Cape Town here in South Africa. She's a lecturer and a teacher, and her interest is in foundation phase. Zelda is also a published author. For most of you who are publishing in this area, she's a good person to be friends with because she's also an associate editor of one of the journals. I think she can stand as so that you can see her, decide if you want to be friends quickly because you want to publish. She's going to be looking at the linguistic features of Afrikaans. And what she's not going to do is determine why you struggled with your Afrikaans, but just mapping a way forward around what we ought to know about Afrikaans and what are the implications for benchmarking. Over to you, Zelda.
Moet ek nou sê goeiemiddag? Ek is baie bly om hier te wees. I promise. My head of department always makes a joke and says that he was one of those learners at school who learned English in Afrikaans. So we have the reverse now. We're going to talk about Afrikaans in English. Okay, right. So I just want to give you a bit of background. I'll just be illustrating the use of Afrikaans across South Africa, and then I will proceed to present a snapshot of the origin of Afrikaans and how this influences the language, but also how this influences how the language is learned, but also taught. So, Afrikaans in South Africa. Afrikaans is one of the 11 official languages in South Africa. It is most commonly spoken in the Northern Cape and the Western Cape. It is spoken in the central provinces too, like the Free State, the Eastern Cape, and the Northwest Province. Afrikaans, unlike some indigenous languages, is not necessarily bound to a specific region in the country. However, it is an important language in our neighboring states, like Namibia. It is also spoken in parts of Botswana, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So overall, 9% of schools offer Afrikaans as the medium of instruction in grade 1 to 3. Similarly, 9% of the population of children aged 7 to 9 years old in South Africa report speaking Afrikaans as their home language. Afrikaans is offered in all provinces except KwaZulu-Natal, and approximately 50% of all schools in the Northern Cape offer Afrikaans as a home language in the foundation phase, followed by 44% in the Western Cape. Afrikaans has 9.4 million speakers, so it's the third largest spoken language in South Africa. Out of these speakers, less than half, 4.1 million speakers, are home language speakers. Although English and Afrikaans are the dominant languages of learning and teaching in the school system as a whole, the pattern is not the same in the foundation phase grades. So, where does Afrikaans come from? Who brought it here? The origin of Afrikaans is rooted in a primitive language known as Indo-European. Dutch and Afrikaans share this origin. The Indo-European language can be split into three families, namely the East Germanic, the North Germanic, and the West Germanic. The Afrikaans word Germaans is very, it goes nicely over the lips. Furthermore, the development of Afrikaans was influenced by Khoi language, Malay, and Creole Portuguese, as well as Indian, Arabic, European, and other African languages. So it has roots in and outside of South Africa. Outside, Europe, the East, and Africa. Inside, the Khoi and the San languages influenced Afrikaans. So if you choose to study the history of Afrikaans, you will learn that there are three types, or what we refer to as varieties of Afrikaans. Afrikaans varieties influences how the language is used and interpreted. Kaapse Afrikaans was originally spoken by slaves, and Afrikaans words that originated from this variation include blatjang, atcha, kujavel, and today, vandag dra ek 'n baadjie, of in Kaaps it would say 'n baadjie. Ek het my blou baadjie aan. The late Adam Small was an author whose work illustrates this variation of Afrikaans. Then there's also Oranje Rivier Afrikaans. It was originally spoken by the Khoi. Afrikaans words that originated from this variation include dagga, kiri, kama, ek wil hoeka vir mami gebel het, kwagga, and aitsa. This variation is spoken in Namaqualand and Namibia and is characterized by phrases such as ma goed hulle, bietjie bietjie, no, net no. And I think we need to just ponder upon those words for a minute, because all of us who have children in schools, who are involved with material development, who look at the materials and resources in classes, have we ever seen words like blatjang, bietjie bietjie, no, ma goed hulle in those texts? There are children who are speaking the language like this, but aren't being privileged or have the privilege of enjoying resources drawing on these varieties of Afrikaans. So if that child had to read a text, Zelda is my ma, but he actually speaks of ma goed hulle, Zelda, he's not going to understand that Zelda is my ma actually means that Zelda is his mother. Oosgrens Afrikaans was originally spoken by cattle farmers in the interior, and people describe this as a very flat form of Dutch. So what does this mean for early grade reading? What does this mean for classroom spaces? At face value, this may not relate directly to early grade reading. However, this background is important to acknowledge the special varieties of Afrikaans. Afrikaans is a phonetic language. By implication, as you sound it, so you spell it, and so you read it. There's a correlation between the written and the spoken language. It has a systematic and systematic phonological and orthographic structure. It has a comprehensive vowel system, which includes short vowels, long vowels, double vowels, triple vowels, which we refer to as digraphs. So the short vowels in Afrikaans. A for man, m, a, n, man. We've got the e, o, and the I. These then become long vowels when they are doubled. So we can have vowels that are short or long. Here on the screen, you'll see the long vowels. These long vowels have two vowel letters because they appear in a closed syllable. Oh, sorry, my slide's a bit delayed. If the long vowel appears in an open syllable, the word is written with one vowel letter. So man becomes man. Boom becomes boom. Then, apart from the short vowels and the long vowels, Afrikaans has digraphs. And then the consonants are all the letters of the alphabet apart from the vowel letters. However, certain consonants are combined to form certain speech sounds too. So the first one there, we would pronounce it as a sound. So the Afrikaans word for chemistry is chemie, even though we use a C and an H. Users of the language may argue that certain sounds simply do not exist. However, because of the varieties of the language, it does indeed exist. If you look at the last example there, the word blachang, which is the Malay word for chutney. So what do we know about Afrikaans as a language? Some general rules for Afrikaans. Afrikaans is a phonetic language. You can spell it as you say it. And here comes the complicated part. One thing is one word. So classroom, klaskamer, it sounds like two separate words, but it's written as one. Aandete, something that we eat at night. Aandete is one word. There are no C's or Q's or X's unless the words are borrowed from other languages. If it sounds like an F, it's probably a V. If it sounds like a V at the beginning, it's probably a W. Water, water. The D and the T at the end of the word sound the same. Tant. T-A-N-D, but it sounds like a T. In Afrikaans, we use a silent E and a silent I, which makes the vowel song long. And then matters are complicated further because there are certain punctuation signs that are used to help us read words. The kappie and the deelteken. But Afrikaans remains logical, yet rule-based. So what does this mean for benchmarking? What does this mean about the teaching of Afrikaans learners? What does it mean about learning, what does it mean about teaching learners in Afrikaans? Lily referred to decoding and the teaching of the code. And that's important for Afrikaans too, especially because it's a phonetic language. However, we cannot teach the code or teach children to decode without including all these rules, because then the lesson is gone. And that is what we see happening in classrooms as well. When phonics is taught, it's just the phonic, the code that is taught. It's never taught in context with the rule, and that influences how learners use the words or how they implement the code when they are decoding the word. So what makes Afrikaans different? I want you to look at the blue block at the bottom there. Now, I'm not challenging the Afrikaans speakers and readers at all, but I want someone to read that word for us. Ay, ay, ay. There we go. Reuse the H-verknoping. What did they do? They literally relied on their knowledge of their language that they speak and think in order to decipher and decode that word. And if you look at that word, reuse uitverkoping, it means massive sale. Where's the massive sale? Right. But what skills would a grade 2 child need in order to read that word? That child's going to not only need knowledge of the phonics and the phonetic system, but that child's going to need knowledge of the morphological structure of a word. They're going to have to draw on their knowledge of syllables in order to break that word up into digestible parts to read that word. So, one word, one thing. Compound words are very long words. Do learners have the knowledge and skills to read such words? These words are everywhere in our texts. If you read the Afrikaans report and you go to the appendix, you'll see children struggled with the word aardappelskyfies. It's a compound word. It's a long word. But also, my son, who's growing up in a bilingual home, he does not speak of aardappelskyfies. Mom, can I have some chips? Mama, can ek chippies kry asseblief? So, yes, we've got to take cognizance of that, but we've also got to take cognizance of culturally relevant texts, vocabulary, and how that influences what is happening in a classroom. So, setting benchmarks for early grade reading was not a linear process. We could not simply take the the English texts and merely translate them because the language structure is so different. And thank goodness Lily went before me. She gave you the background to what English entails. I've just told you what Afrikaans entails. So there's no way that one can simply take an English resource and translate it for Afrikaans. It's a great injustice we're doing to our children and the languages. Okay? So setting benchmarks is not a linear journey where existing texts can merely be translated into various languages. The linguistic and orthographic features of any language is complex, and it must be considered in such important work. But it must also be considered in how we're training our teachers, how we're supporting our teachers in professional development programs, and it must also be considered when we are developing resources based on these discussions that we're having today. And those are my references, because in the academy, we've got to tell you where we get this evidence from. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Zelda. I can assure you the version of Afrikaans that I know is the Orange River Afrikaans, because I know Daga and no very well. The next speaker is Yaneli, also from, I did mention that she is from the best department in the Department of Basic Education. And I can assure you what Kolosa said, we speak about in the sector, because we think this is the best research team in the world. Yes, as part of the Department of Basic Education. I promise you they don't pay me. Like Zelda, Yaneli also has her roots at the University of Stellenbosch. And it's her PhD focused on the understanding of the complexities of South African education crisis, which is why she's going to be talking about Afrikaans right now, because that's one of the complexities. I have Yaneli. Oh, already there. Welcome.
Thank you, Andile. And I love how our research unit went from the best in the department to the best in the world. Okay, it should come on the screen soon. There we go. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And this is the last session before lunch, so I'll be short, respecting everyone's hunger. So today I'm just going to provide us with the information on the Afrikaans benchmarks and just what we found there. So just to get a sense of the sample, where this data comes from, where the information comes from, this is from a study that was done in the Western Cape, in 100 schools there. It's a study done by Funda Wande. The study is designed as a matched pair studies where there's 50 treatment schools selected by the Western Cape Department. There's 50 control schools, that's matched pairs. And the learners were assessed at the start of this year, at the start of grade 4 and at the start of grade 7. So being at the start of the year, we can also interpret that as the end of grade 3 or the end of grade 6, which is very aligned to some of the other studies we've been looking at today. The sample contains about 890 grade 4 students and 950 grade 7 learners. The sample is quite well distributed across the Western Cape. We've got 30% quintile 1 to 2 schools, 25% quintile 3 schools, 45% quintile 4 and 5 schools, and about 86% of these schools are no-fee schools, and of the schools that are charging fees, the average annual fee is about 13,600 Rand per annum. Then if we just look at some of the other demographics, just to help us understand who are the learners that we're working with, we see 81% of them are in urban areas, 60% of the schools had libraries, but then we saw that only 2% of the grade 4 learners said that they had many books at home, and 16% of the learners said that many books at home. So this gives us a sense of what's the reading resources like in these homes, actually being quite low. 90% of the learners spoke Afrikaans at home, 50% were female. The average age of the grade 4 child was 9.6 years, of the grade 7 child it was 12.6 years, and the average repetition rate was about 13%. So just to give a sense, where did these schools lie? That's a map of the Western Cape. You can see it's well distributed across the Western Cape. This shows the control and treatment schools. Not as relevant for us in the benchmarks, but it's just good to see that it's well distributed across the Western Cape. So the reading assessments that were used for the benchmarks or for calculating these benchmarks, there was 2 reading passages for the oral reading fluency for both grade 4 and grade 7. For grade 4, there was a narrative and informational, similar for grade 7, also a narrative type of passage and informational type of passage. And then for the written comprehension, the grade 4s had 2 passages, both narrative passages, and the grade 7s had 3 passages, of which 1 was narrative and 2 informational passages. And this table just gives you a sense of what was the maximum possible words that they were able to read. You'll see it differs between the 2 grades, with the grade 7 passage obviously being quite a bit longer, and then how many comprehension questions were done. How these passages were administered is to say that there's 2 things that we want to look at. There's 2 things we want to measure. The one is reading fluency, so we want to know how many words are they reading per minute. And the next one is comprehension, is how many questions that they manage to answer. So how we administer that is to say we provide the learners with 1 minute of being able to read. And after a minute of reading the passage, we capture how many words that they read in this minute. But then we give them an additional 2 minutes to complete the passage or read further, so that they've got ample time to complete the passage, and we can ask them all the questions on the relevant passage. So that was for the oral reading fluency bit, and the comprehension questions linked to the oral reading fluency bit. For the written comprehension, they were provided with obviously a longer space of time in which they can read, refer back to the passage, and answer the questions as they go along. So the results of just the EGRA tests that were done. So for grade 4, there was variety of additional tasks that we gave them, like phonemic awareness, letter sounds, complex sounds, familiar words. And what we saw there is that for phonemic awareness, the learners scored on average about 55% correctly, and only 1% of the learners scored 0, didn't manage any of the sounds, which we would expect at a grade 4 level. These learners should have these basics done and under their belt by then. In terms of letter sounds, on average, the grade 4 learners at the start of grade 4 managed to sound or read 58 letters correctly in a minute. In terms of complex sounds, it was 29, and familiar words was 45. Then if we look at the oral reading fluency between the two passages, it was quite similar. In the one passage, the grade 4 learners managed to read 41 words correctly in a minute. Second passage 42 words correct in a minute. But if we look at the comprehension scores, we see that's quite low. We saw for the first one, the learners only managed to get 34% of the questions correctly, and for the second one, 38% of the questions correctly. There was also quite a higher percentage of learners that didn't manage anything correctly, where 23% of learners didn't manage any questions correct in the first passage and 16% in the second passage. And then in terms of the written comprehension, we see it went slightly poorer, where in the first passage, only 17% of children managed to, or the average score was 17%, and half of the learners didn't get any correct. And then for the second passage, the average score was 18%, and 42% of the learners didn't get anything correct. Grade 7, hopefully, we see that there was some progress. The children did slightly better. They read faster on average. We see that whereas the grade 4s read about 41 words correctly for the first passage, the grade 7s got about 94 words correct per passage, and on the second passage was 88 words. Their comprehension scores are also higher, about 50% on average, or 53% for the first comprehension and 61% for the second comprehension. And we also have a lower percentage of children that didn't manage any of the questions. So this gives us a sense of what's happening there. In terms of the written comprehension, the children also did slightly better than the grade 4s, but on average they didn't do too well, and we see slightly higher proportions of children not managing any words correctly. So it's quite important for us just to understand this idea of question difficulty, comprehension question difficulty. Trying to get us to a shared understanding of difficulty is quite important in developing these benchmarks, because essentially what we are saying is that in developing a benchmark, we want to measure reading for meaning, which means we need to understand how are we measuring the meaning component of that. So questions can differ in difficulty between the type of question as well as within each type of question. So the 4 types of questions that we included in our comprehension, we get the taxonomy from the Pearl's way of dividing this. The first is retrieving explicitly stated information. That is basically there's a passage, you need to go literally find the answer in the passage. The second one is making straightforward inferences. The third one is interpreting and integrating ideas and information. And the fourth one is evaluating and examining content, language, and textual elements. So what we're essentially saying is between these different types, the difficulty will differ. Obviously, it's easier to go directly find an answer than to evaluate and examine the content. But then even within each category, there's also different difficulty levels. And I'll explain that or show that in a graph in the next slide. But as I've mentioned, in developing these benchmarks, we use the whole methodology of saying we provide learners with 1 minute of reading, we capture how many words they read correctly in that minute, but then we provide them with some additional time to be able to complete the passage and try to read as far as they can. We only ask questions up to the point where the learner reads. So we don't ask them questions on the piece of the passage if they didn't get there. And the idea is this, just to have a concrete sample to work with. So this graph just shows us for each of the passages, so the grade 4, passage 1 and 2, and the grade 7, passage 1 and 2, the different type of questions, comprehension questions that were asked. So the different bar colors are the different questions asked. This is the literal questions, the straightforward questions, the interpret and integrate questions, and then the evaluating and examining questions. And then for each question, we can see what proportion of children managed to get them right. So what we are seeing is that we see that within similarly colored bars, there's differences. Some of them are being more difficult than others. But we also see that there's variation. For the gray bars, for instance, we see is slightly easier than, for instance, the darker colored bars. The next slide also shows us that the similar methodology that was used in calculating reading fluency or the reading fluency accuracy relationship than what was done in the other languages. So this type of graph you've seen previously today, this is the one for the Afrikaans benchmarks. And basically what this is showing is that at the start, the more fluent or the faster you read, the more fluent you read. So there's this very clear relationship between improvement in your accuracy and improvement in your speed. Where these intersect, so the horizontal lines gives us the 90th, 95th, and 99th percentile, and we see that at the 90th percentile, the learners read about 50 words correctly per minute. And essentially what this is getting us to is an understanding of where's that kink, where's that turning point where reading faster is not going to help you. You're not going to read any more accurate by reading faster. And that is what we're seeing in that flattening of the curves later on. So essentially what we said is that typically for some of the other languages, the grade 2 benchmark is set at the 95th% accuracy speed level. But for Afrikaans, we saw that only 19% of the children managed to read here. So the 95th percentile for Afrikaans was 70 words correct per minute, but only 90% of the learners managed to read this. So this benchmark is not really attainable for Afrikaans learners. So essentially, the 90th percent point was used. Just because we realized that the fluency point was not contextually appropriate for children at the end of grade 2, if the children at the end of grade 4 were struggling so much already. So the 90th percentage point accuracy mark was used as a much more appropriate benchmark for Afrikaans. So that gets us to the benchmarks for Afrikaans. And essentially what was decided is that for letter sounds, we'll have 40 letter sounds read correctly at the end of grade 1. At the end of grade 2, children should be able to read 50 words correct per minute. And at the end of grade 3, children should be able to read 80 words correct per minute. So essentially, if we double-click on the letter sounds, we know that letter sounds is a good early predictor of oral reading fluency later in life. So unfortunately, with this Afrikaans sample, we don't have the benefit that we had, for instance, with the English sample, where we've got multiple points for a child over time. So we couldn't actually do predictors, but we know based on the other language benchmarks that we've done that letter sounds is a really important predictor for later in life, or later reading fluency. So we've adopted the same benchmark that we've adopted in the other languages, given that as Dr. Zelda mentioned and others mentioned that there's similarities in the letter sounds and the alphabetic nature of the languages. So improvements at so what we say is that the benchmark for letter sounds is at 40 letter sounds correct per minute, and any improvements above that won't really relate into any benefits. So if a child is able to read at this level of speed, that's sufficient for what's necessary. So to just understand the attainability of this benchmark, is this something that we can expect of our learners? We looked at the percentage of grade 4 learners reaching this letter sound benchmark by fee group. So the schools were divided into schools charging less than 1,000 Rand per month, per annum, or schools that charge more than 1,000 Rand per annum. And what we're essentially seeing is that 93% of the children in the higher fee paying schools managed to reach this benchmark at the start of grade 4, and 83% of children in the lower fee paying schools were managing to reach this benchmark, which means this is quite an attainable benchmark. It's something we can work with. In terms of the words per minute, we said that the benchmark for the average words per minute at the end of grade 2 should be 50 words read correctly in a minute. And what we're essentially saying is that below this threshold, accuracy is poor, and we find little evidence that children can comprehend what they read. And that's essentially what we heard about earlier as well. If you read that slowly, your working memory really can't hold in the information sufficiently enough to really get to a level of comprehension. So this is therefore suggested as the minimum benchmarks. If learners do not reach this level of fluency, higher order reading skills are very unlikely to develop. And in our sample, we saw that 34% of learners had reached this benchmark at the end of grade 3. So this is quite an ambitious benchmark, but it's one that will help us strive to where our children should be if we really want them to get to a point of reading for meaning at the age of 10. And then the final benchmark is the 80 words read correctly at the end of, words read correctly per minute. At this level of fluency, reading comprehension becomes increasingly possible when learners read on their own. Once learners reach this level of fluency, it appears that poor comprehension skills become the limiting factor. So they are reading fast enough, they're reading correctly enough. Now it's the next thing that they need to learn is just better comprehension skills and how they integrate the information and make sense of the information. So at the beginning of 2000, or this year at least, 2022, only 15% of the learners in our sample had reached this benchmark at the end of grade 3. However, we see that 69% of the learners in the same schools had reached this benchmark at the end of grade 6. So again, an ambitious benchmark, but one that we really need to strive towards if we want to see our children being able to read for meaning. So just to get a sense of, again, what proportion of children are able to reach the grade 2 and grade 3 benchmarks. Again, it's split by schools charging fees less than 1,000 and schools charging fees more than 1,000. It shows it for both passages, so we see it for grade 4, passage 1, passage 2, and grade 7, passage 1, passage 2. And essentially what we can see is that in grade 4, in the low-paying, fee-paying schools, we had quite a high proportion of children that weren't able to meet the grade 2 benchmark, but that this has improved by grade 7. So essentially what we're saying is that we realize that these benchmarks is a bit of a stretch for our learners, but that is where we want to get them. And this is why we essentially have these benchmarks, is to have and provide teachers with a sense of where do our children need to be if we want them to be able to read for meaning by the end of age 10. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Yaneli. We're going to take comments and questions. Okay, I'll start with the side and then we'll come to the side whilst the learners, the side is thinking.
Thank you very much. I think it's all about the meteoric rise of this research unit from being the best here in the department to being the best in the country and afterwards internationally. I can just say that after your presentation, actually one should start to make peace with that. That it could be the case. I just want to say that after all the presentations, I become increasingly clearer in my head about where we come from in terms of reading and where we are currently in terms of reading. And I must say, you did a sterling job to move almost from tabula rasa, from nothing, and now we know such a lot, all because of this research unit. And I think we need to commend you for that. I know now where we are. My question is where to from here? That is my question. And as you were presenting, I looked at the strengths of the National Reading Sector Plan, And strand number 6 talks about tracking learner performance in reading outcomes. And I was wondering, going forward, what role will you play as a research unit to take what you've been doing at a sample level, possibly to scale? Because before we retire, we must absolutely make sure that we use you optimally. I had the numbers here. You actually gave the numbers of how many learners were in your grade 4 group and in your grade 7 group, I think. But now we need to get an idea system-wide what is going on. And I was wondering what is your role with regards to that. Then there's another strand in the National Reading Sector Plan where I think we are possibly found wanting as well, and that is research, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. I think we need to step up even with that strand of the National Reading Sector Plan. We are quite satisfied with regards to some of the other things, especially with regards to E-FAL that we were exposed to. We did so much injection into the system already with regards to teacher development and support, direct learner support, as well as provisioning of and utilization of LTSM through the structured learning program approach that we have been adopting. And so I'm eagerly looking forward to where to from here in terms of your role. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Now I'm Somtsatsa Fafunda one day. I was sitting here, I almost WhatsApped my dad and said, we need to go and fetch our change at my high school. Because the only thing I left with Afrikaans was Dompi, Zelda, nothing else. And also another reflection on it, again, to congratulate the team. I recall almost, I think, 5-6 years ago, when Matthew Duke came to present in this very same room, sharing the developments of the room to read. So again, it's phenomenal that we've have gotten to this point, and I hope Kelly's also joining in online to say to her, big congratulations. I know she's had a lot of influence and input on the work. Just as question to Zelda, so you shared with us the different types of variations of Afrikaans, and this specific data was collected in Western Cape. And are we confident that, and you also mentioned that Afrikaans is spoken in Western Cape, Northern Cape, and all other areas. Are we good? Because we know dialects and all of that is a constant debate within the language circles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Lauren from the Xenix Foundation. I just want to check something. I may have missed it completely in the presentations, but when Yaneli was presenting, specifically the benchmark for grade 1, grade 2, she said that she thought that the learners would struggle, but she felt that they wanted to set that benchmark because it was an aspirational, almost an aspirational benchmark, that's where we want the learners to go. So I want to check, is that the same approach that the other languages used? Because I didn't hear that in the other presentations, but I did hear that very clearly for Afrikaans. And I think I have the same question as you, Nankamso, about Afrikaans in other provinces.
Thank you, Lauren. Any other question, comment? Okay. So I think sorry, yes.
Hi, Jenny again from Altino. A lot of what you said, Zelda, resonated for me in the African languages as well, because dialect is an issue. And listening to you when we develop materials, how we usually get around that is we say the narrative is in the standardized language. But if you've got direct speech, you can use more colloquial type of language. But I do think it is a really important issue to look at that covers all our languages. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. So no more question, comment, or you'll think about it as we respond to the first set of questions. And I almost feel like the first two questions are not only for Yaneli, and I'm hoping that Carol, Stephen, Pumi, and yes, of course, Yaneli and the rest of the team are going to be able to respond to that question about scale and research monitoring and evaluation as a strand for national reading sector plan. But let me give Yaneli a chance to address some of the questions, and then the rest of the team can add.
Yes, great. So thank you for those great questions and for highlighting just we've got this strategy and how are we making sure that we're doing what's needed. I think one of the next steps for us as the research unit is to say that exactly as you mentioned, we need to know what's nationally happening in all the different languages. So what we want to do is a national reading assessment survey. Is to actually survey children across the country and get a sense nationally where we're doing. I know there's a lot of questions that's being asked lately to say that we've got this goal of saying we want all our children to be able to read for meaning by age 10, but we need to measure it. How are we doing in terms of that? How are we progressing in terms of that? How's the different languages doing in terms of that? And that will really help us. And I think that will probably address both points that you mentioned that we need to strengthen is both how are we making sure that there's information and tracking how learners are doing, but also our research and monitoring capacity of or responsibility in terms of knowing and understanding what the sector is doing. I think that was the first question. I think Nangamso, about your question. Oh, I think Zelda might be better placed to answer that. Yeah.
I think there was just one question on the aspirational aspect. Oh, I think supposed to that. The aspirational aspect, all the benchmarks are aspirational. I think the point in Afrikaans, especially that we're making, was we tried to set the benchmark at 95% accuracy, and that was too aspirational. Then no one was on the charts. We then brought it down to 90%, and then you get at least 34% of children reaching them. And if you just think of what Lesang presented in terms of attainment of those benchmarks, they're super aspirational across the board, but we need to strike the balance for all the languages between aspiration and attainability, or what we're calling a developmental approach to them.
Thank you. I think Zelda, as you respond to the question about Western Cape, if you can also shed some light on the fee and non-fee paying schools as part of the sample. So a number of schools in the Western Cape, part of the sample, some of them paying less than 1,000 rands per school. Do we have non-fees paying schools there? Okay, maybe let's take here. Okay, take the variety.
The question on the dialects and the variation of Afrikaans. We've got to remember something. When we assess children, we have got to assess what they are taught and how they are taught. And that, I almost want to answer this question by posing another question. Are language variations and dialects respected enough so that it's taught in a classroom? Not even just taught, acknowledged in a classroom. And I think we can talk about that for days. But you know, designing assessments now where those variations and dialects are prevalent in the assessments, it's going to fall flat because those dialects and variations aren't taught and acknowledged in a classroom space. And that is a problem, because that affects the learner's level of comprehension. If I just think of what's happening on the Cape Flats, they don't speak of yay, they speak of J. Now they're reading a book, Jy en jou maat gaan hokkie speel. Dis jy en jou vriend wat gaan hokkie speel. You know, immediately it affects their level of comprehension. Those children don't have texts that are written, you know, acknowledging that dialect and variation of the language. So comprehension is out the door because there's no way that the child can relate to that. And that is a huge problem. It's affecting teaching, learning, and assessment in our classrooms.
Concerning African languages, for example, Setswana have 7 dialects, but during standardization, we take into consideration all the dialects. But you get areas like Kimberley and so on where they will be talking about hela hano han instead of saying fela fa no fa. Right, and then what we normally do, we just mark the child wrong when they don't write according to the standardized orthography. But when in class, they will be speaking that dialect because you are in that area. But like you have said, we don't take that into consideration. We are so focused on the standardized language. That's it.
I'm not going to give Moltino a chance to speak again. I can see you are dying to say something. But I think at DBE, this issue around the standardization and dialects is a topic of its own. I can remember a few years ago in Northwest when the books were challenged because the usage of the language is not what is a dialect in that province and what whilst the quality assurers were sitting in another province. So I almost feel like if we open this one, we're not going to go out for lunch, but it needs to be a continuous conversation, Fundawande and Moltino and the DBE and the rest of the team who are sitting here. I see there are no other questions. Any other question? None. So because you've been such a good team and you've congratulated the DBE so well, I think we are ready for lunch. And thank you to each and every one of you for the contribution that you make towards the provision of quality of education for every child in South Africa. And we remember, I mean, as you just see the diagrams and all the data that is presented, that the poorer you are, the less likely that you can attain language. So whatever you are doing, you are contributing to the breaking of the cycle of poverty. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. We are going to only have 30 minutes for lunch. Is that okay? No? Okay, let's make it 45 minutes. Okay, 45 minutes on the spot. We are back here. Thank you.
So there we go. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So I hope you had a good lunch. I am Stephen Taylor, here with the DBE and the Directorate for Research Monitoring and Evaluation. And it's been an exciting day so far, where we've really seen all the benchmarks that have been launched in some of the languages. And now the focus of the discussion will move towards the use of these benchmarks in the sector and by various organizations, and depending on what your role in the sector is, there are different ways in which these benchmarks can potentially add value. So we're going to have 2 panel discussions, as well as opening it up to the floor at the end of each panel discussion. The first one is going to be mostly people who are working in government spaces, but there's also someone from JPEL. So there's going to be from the DBE, Mr. Nematangari Moniseni is with us from DBE. Then there's going to be also from the DBE, Ms. Nsaluba. Then from JPEL we have Asanda Lubelo, sorry. From the Northwest Province and working in the districts there, we have Menkashe. Welcome. Good to have you with us. And then from the Gauteng department, we have Ms. Mokosi. So that's who's on the panel. I haven't said much about what they do exactly. Guys, it's not that awkward. Come on. Okay. You're in cricket here. So I haven't said too much about exactly what they do, because that's part of the first question for them. You can read the bios in the program. But my first question to the panelists, and we'll go in the order I just mentioned, starting with Mboni, is going to be to introduce yourself and where you sit in the sector or in your department, what the work is that you do, especially as it relates to reading, and especially as it relates to measuring reading. If there's what kinds of measurement are used in the area of reading in the work that you already do. And then after that first round of questions, we'll move towards how the panelists see these reading benchmarks as potentially adding value in the future in their area of work and in the sector more broadly. So that's the plan for this session. So let's start with you, Mboni. From your point of view, if you could explain to us who you are, what your section does, and especially with regards to reading and the measurement of issues in reading. Over to you, Mboni.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm not sure if I'm audible through there. Is that fine? Eh? Yeah, yes. Yeah. I can hear the echo at least. And good afternoon, everyone.
What's your name?
And even our colleagues virtually there. Mm-hmm. Good afternoon, and welcome to this important session. My name is Nematangari Mboniseni, responsible for languages from curriculum, DBE. So our relationship with the research unit, we won't make that claim to say we are the best in the, because we are not. But we are the core business of the Department of Basic Education. So definitely we have a very good working relationship with the research unit. From the initial stages of this process, we have been involved with them, working very closely with them, even making some valuable inputs to say, much as we understand the conjunctiveness and disjunctiveness of African languages, let's not draw those conclusions, particularly looking into the critical research study that they were conducting, to say let's treat each language separately, because we will be gathering empirical evidence which is backed by scientific research that they have conducted. So we are very excited that at least they have done that in all language of curriculum. It will be available in all language of curriculum, even though for today the focus of the launch is is the Sotho group languages. You are Sotho, Setswana, Sepedi, and equally grateful that we have included Afrikaans, because normally Afrikaans, we don't put more focus on Afrikaans as a system because it's one of the much developed language comparatively. So we normally do some fair discrimination on that one. But on this process, we said if we can have this available in all languages, including English, because much as this data can be available, click of a button digitally, but we want to have something that we can call our own, because we have our own English, which is South African English. So hence our excitement as a system that at least we are moving towards the right direction. And the other languages of curriculum, I was sharing with her so that when I'm here, it shouldn't come as a shock to say we work with 12 official languages in the system. That's how we pride ourselves when we ask someone to appear before this PENSALP to say in the education sector, we work with 12 official languages, much as government is on the verge of making SA Sign Language an official language. In the education sector, that process has been legislated long time ago. So you can see the direction that I'm going to say much work is still needed when it comes to benchmarks. We have done this for the African languages, which means we still need to make this available in the SA Sign language. And Mpumi, I won't talk about the Khoisan and Nama now, but those are the recognized languages because that's where we draw our mandate from. We draw our mandate from the Constitution, and the Khoisan and Nama are the recognized languages, and they need to enjoy that status as well, the parity of esteem as provided for in the Constitution. So we still have a long way to go, but at least for a start, we have this, and this is the first of its kind in the system. So my speak will be coming from curriculum. Definitely questions were asked as to where to from here. So we'll be calculating this into all the sections of the sector, ending at the classroom, because they need to find expression into caps. And fortunately, we have just concluded the recovery ATP for 2022 and for 2023, 2024, which was on a short-term basis. And then the long-term basis, the process, it will be for 2025. There will be not an overhaul curriculum review, but we are going to review the curriculum for implementation in 2025. And there are a number of processes, and this one, that definitely need to find their expression into the national curriculum statement. So I won't say we are going to study the report because we've been working much closer with, we know exactly what will go into the curriculum. Because the curriculum design, we try as much as possible to norm and standardize a number of concepts in the curriculum. In particular, the reading, because we also have reading norms and standards. So we are definitely going to have elements of this report into the curriculum. So it will be in the national curriculum statement, making sure that the teaching and learning is in accordance to the report of this benchmarks. So there are elements that are going to be normed and standardized into the NCS. I'm avoiding usage of the term caps, but this is what I'm referring to. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Bonnie. Let's move then next to, also from the DBE, Ms. Nsaluba next to me. If you could share with us what your section does, and in particular around reading, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues. Yes, as you've heard, my name is Nomalady Nsaluba. It's a multi-language name, Xhosa and English in one name. I work in a directorate that is called Educator Performance Management and Development and Whole School Evaluation. But my area of work is whole school evaluation. And in whole school evaluation, through the provincial whole school evaluation units, we evaluate the effectiveness and functionality of schools. We look at whether schools are doing what they are supposed to be doing. And of course, this is a developmental process which helps schools to improve their educational outcomes. And of course, when we evaluate schools, we evaluate them against the 9 areas of whole school evaluation. And in terms of our relationship with the Research Directorate and reading, maybe firstly, yes, I want to say that reading is a foundational skill, and learners need to read in order for them to learn. And so during our evaluations, particularly when we evaluate the area on learner achievement, as well as the one on the quality of teaching and learning and educator development, we have a responsibility to also assess the reading levels of learners. But we do not focus on all the grades. We look at grades 3 and 6. And so we take a sample of learners from those grades, and yeah, we assess the reading levels. Colleagues, for now, I also want to say that previously in whole school evaluation, we did not have standardized assessments, you know, those reading on-site assessments that we had to use to assess learners, you know, on their reading competences. Provinces were doing this on an ad hoc basis. And so
Like
in order for us to have standardized tests, we went to the #1 directorate. And the #1 directorate developed the WSE on-site assessments for us. And we have been working with them in preparation for the implementation of these assessments from the 1st of April 2023. And I also want to say that the #1 directorate has been assisting us as well with training the provincial WSE supervisors on these assessments. And I think thus far they have trained 5 provinces. And by the time we close, they will have done 8 provinces, because the Western Cape is no longer implementing the WSE policy. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for that. That was very interesting to hear. So next we go to someone who's not in government, to Ms. Lobelo, Asanda, from JPOL. Maybe you can tell us your thoughts about how your involvement in the reading benchmarks work and in measuring reading outcomes. And yeah, and over to you then, Asanda.
Some slides. I don't know how to present it.
Here you are. Boom, we can move the slides for you, I think. That's fine.
Okay, so thank you. My name, you can't hear me?
Oh, we can.
Okay. They can't hear me. Testing 1, 2. It's on screen. Can you hear me now? You can? Okay, great. Hi everyone, my name is Asanda Lubelo, and I too have a multi-language name. My first name is Xhosa and my surname is Setswana, because that is what I am. And so I am working on this study with this bunch of people who are on the slide, this team, who are pushing forward on this teacher benchmarks usage pilot. But just to tell you a little bit about myself, I work as a research associate at JPAL Africa. And that means that I support research that is being conducted by our affiliates, one of which is Professor Kelly Oddington. In my studentship hat, I'm also a student, and so I am also working on this in my capacity as a researcher myself. So that is the work that I do. So we can move to the next slide, just thinking back a little bit about the rationale for this pilot. So there are 3 potential uses of benchmarks, reading benchmarks in the classroom setting. The first of which is for teachers to have a standard against which to measure learner skills. The second of which is to identify at-risk learners early on, because as we've seen, where there are gaps in learners' reading skills, that these gaps are usually cumulative. And so to be able to identify these learners earlier on and to provide the necessary remediation. And lastly, for teachers to adapt the instructional focus to meet the learner's needs. So this is the piece where this pilot really focuses on, is the adaptation of instructional focus to meet learners' needs. Why is because these targeted instruction or programs where teachers direct the materials towards the learner's learning levels have shown a lot of success, both in South Africa and in other developing contexts, in contexts where there are often resource constraints, those kinds of things. And so these targeted instruction programs can improve learning outcomes, and specifically literacy outcomes, in contexts where it may be really difficult to do so otherwise. And so one piece of this theory of change of targeted instruction programs, or where teachers direct the learning levels towards the level of the learners as opposed to perhaps the grade level that they're supposed to be reading at, is that teachers need to know what the learning levels of the learners are. And specifically, they need to know what the reading levels of learners are. But there is some evidence of some current ongoing studies that teachers may not know the learning levels of their learners. And some questions emerged in thinking about the rationale of this pilot. Do we arrive at a similar finding? To what extent do teachers not know? Is it an absolute thing? Do they not know that Asanda can read 20 words per minute? Or is it that they don't know that Asanda can read 20 words per minute, or Asanda is a more fluent reader than perhaps Bumi? So is it a relative thing that they don't know? Is it that they just don't know the distribution of their class? They don't know the majority of their learners, where they're sitting at? Those kinds of questions. So we're also interested to what extent do teachers not know? And if we arrive at that finding, why don't they know? And what we can do to bridge this gap. So just moving forward to the next slide. There are 3 potential reasons that we thought of as to why teachers may not know the learning levels of their learners. The first is shortcomings of existing assessment practice. The second is the cognitive burden that it takes to actually conduct and administer these assessments. And the last of which is resource constraints. And just mapping these gaps to solutions. So when we say cognitive burden, if you are a teacher, I know there was that video that was floating around on the internet about how to conduct an EGRA assessment. And if you watch that assessment, it can be quite difficult to do, especially at the part where you need to calculate scores and you need to do this and you need to divide by that. There's quite a few that goes into that. And so there may be a cognitive burden why teachers just don't know the learning levels of their assessments, because assessments can be hard to administer and conduct. The second piece is, once teachers arrive at a score, what does that score actually mean? How do they interpret the assessment of those results? And specifically, what do they do with that information? How can they use that in their teaching practice? And then lastly, resource constraints. And this is not a problem necessarily that we can solve in our small pilot, or even that we can solve in the space, but just thinking about some of the issues around why teachers don't know the learning levels of their learners. And mapping those solutions to these potential problems, we simplify the EGRA assessment. We don't do any calculations. And we link the assessment directly to learning levels using these benchmarks. So instead of a teacher having to keep track of score and numbers, a teacher keeps track of colors, of where the learner reads up to, making adjustments for words that are incorrectly read. And then we also shorten the assessment and the resources needed to conduct the assessment. And by doing so, it takes less time to conduct these assessments. Teachers are able to arrive at the learning levels of their learners more often and easier than they would have done otherwise. Bumi, I think you can go. So just some things that came up with our baseline report findings. These have not been made publicly available yet, so I'm giving you a sneak preview into something we're still working on. But essentially, this is where we landed up in terms of the learner assessment results across the different provinces where we conducted these assessments. The categories are defined for the different thresholds organized around the benchmarks for the different languages. So a non-reader is a learner who couldn't read a single word in their home language. And that is the category defined by NR. And as we can see, the average grade 2 learner is correctly reading 9 words in Setswana, 8 words in isiZulu, 12 words in Sepedi, and 12 words in isiXhosa. But because of the differences in the languages, those correspond to different letter sound categories. The average grade 2 learner is a struggling reader in the Northwest, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo, and is an emerging reader in the Eastern Cape. And then for grade 3, the average grade 3 learner is correctly reading 17 words in Setswana, 17 words in Sepedi, 13 words in isiZulu, and 16 words in isiXhosa. And that corresponds to the average reader being struggling reader in all provinces. So this was our first take stock of what the learning levels are. And what we did was, with this information, is we went to go and compare what the teachers had said the learning levels of the learners were compared to what their results from our assessment were. And the first way we did this, we ranked the learners based on our assessment results. And we also asked teachers to identify the strongest and the weakest reader amongst the sample of 10 learners in their class. And what came out of this, on the left-hand side, you can see the graph of the strongest reader, which the teacher had identified as the strongest reader. And just under 40% of teachers correctly identified the learner who scored the lowest on the assessment as the other way. Just under 40% of teachers correctly identified the learner who scored the highest on the assessment as the strongest reader. And then looking at the weakest reader, just over 40% of them correctly identified the learner who scored the lowest on the assessment as the weakest reader. And this is a summary of just the findings, and it follows on even when we use an absolute measure of teachers' knowledge of the learning levels of their learners, that teachers tend to misestimate for learners all across the learning distribution, but that they overestimate to a larger degree than they underestimate. So teachers tend to overestimate the reading proficiency of learners who are lower on this learning distribution, but they do that to a larger degree than they do for learners who are more proficient readers. And majority of learners fall into the struggling and emerging reader categories by their off scores. Although there was a lot of variation for learners who scored 0 on the oral reading fluency subtask, there was a lot of variation in their letter sound categories, even though very few of them were actually proficient. So most of them fall into struggling or emerging readers, even in their letter sound categories, so they could not read a single word in their home language. And so teachers do a little bit better in estimating the relative reading proficiency of learners, but as I said, they do a little bit worse estimating the absolute reading proficiency. And as we said, they do better in identifying the strongest readers and recognizing higher levels of reading proficiency than lower levels. So this is this benchmark, teacher benchmarks usage pilot study that we are currently working on. We are just wrapping up end-line data collection this week, actually. So we're looking forward to putting together some more findings based off of that.
Great, thanks, Asanda. Great, thank you. So clearly a lot that can be done by teachers. Let's hear now from Ms. Nkashe, from the Northwest perspective and the district's perspective, a bit more about in-classroom support. Maybe you can tell us a bit about what you do, and especially around the area of reading, and how you think these benchmarks can be used in the work you do. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Abia Mkupi. My surname is Nkashe. I am from the Sobota Sub-District, Ngakamudiri Mulema District, Northwest Province. I am foundation phase subject specialist or subject advisor for home languages. My responsibility is to support, to monitor, to guide, and to assess. I'm going to start with what is it that I monitor as far as reading is concerned. There have been programs that came from the Department of Basic Education where reading was to be improved. So I monitor the correct implementation of those programs. I monitor the correct implementation of our CAPS document as far as reading is concerned. I monitor whether teachers, are they applying the correct methodology when teaching reading in all the grades. I also monitor the performance as far as reading is concerned. We as subject advisors, we analyze the performance of our learners in our respective sub-districts. And at the end of each and every term, we consolidate our findings. The province also consolidate the findings, and they send their findings to national. we monitor if there are enough and relevant reading resources in our schools. When coming to support, we support our teachers because our teachers, I heard earlier on this morning to say some of our teachers, they are not Setswana. Allow me to mention Setswana or to make an example. They are not Setswana speaking teachers, and they are sitting in Setswana classroom. So we support those teachers by helping them with the correct Setswana words and usage. Not only Setswana, because our province also, we do have isiXhosa, Sesotho, English, Afrikaans, and yes. So we as subject advisors, we also support the schools. We help them when coming to ordering of reading material. Because some schools, you may find when it's time for them to order readers for our little ones, they just order for the sake of ordering. So we advise schools to say, for grade 1, this book will be okay or will be relevant for the grade 1s, the grade 2s, and the grade 3s. And then we also assess reading when we visit schools, because our core duty is to do school visits where we interact with our teachers. We assess learners on reading. We sample learners and ask them to read for us. We do have an assessment, early grade reading assessment tool. We use that tool to assess our learners. But Osimpumi, allow me to say, we are not happy about that tool because it's one size fits all. It is used from grade 1 up to grade 3. Same tool. Same tool. Secondly, about that tool, it's on grade 1 because the assessment in grade 1, IGRA assessment, starts in term 2. But when you check the phonics or the letters that learners are assessed on, you may find that some of those letters are not yet taught. And I don't know whether to say I blame, but I don't want to say I blame. Our CAPS document says for term 1, grade 1 learners are supposed to be taught 8 letters. Imagine 8 is in the CAPS document. So it's term 1, grade 1 teacher, she or he sitting with that CAPS document that says to her or to him, teach your grade 1 learners 8 phonics in term 1. Then come term 2. Then the learner is expected to be assessed on 40 letters. So I'm pleading with the department to review the CAPS document on that particular aspect. Then the other thing that we do as subject advisors, we guide our teachers, we guide our parents, we guide the learners also. And we, at some point, do demonstrations in the classroom. We demonstrate to teachers on how to teach group-guided reading or shared reading or peer reading. We demonstrate and we guide. And we also identify, we as subject advisors, we identify the gaps in our teachers when coming to teaching a reading. And then we liaise with our teacher development for them to organize, to outsource any company or anyone who can come and develop our teachers on how to teach reading much, much better. As subject advisors, our responsibility also is to identify the gaps and then come up with intervention strategies where reading plans will be in place, where teachers will be guided on how to implement those interventions, because those interventions are addressing the gaps in reading. So it is our responsibility to monitor the implementation, to support the teachers, to guide teachers and learners on reading. We are happy that we are going to follow the early grade reading benchmark. I'm so happy because the IGRA that I've alluded to earlier on, it was not that nice. So for our new program, grade 1 teachers are going to focus mainly on phonics, grade 2s are going to focus mainly on words recognition, and grade 3s paragraph reading. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Menkashi. So now let's ask Ms. Mokosi to speak from the Gauteng's experience about what work you do. And I know there's some interesting work that has been done in Gauteng around surveying oral reading fluency in schools. So we'd love to hear from you, your experience, and how you see these benchmarks influencing the work happening in Gauteng. Thanks, Ms. Mokosi.
Thank you. My name is Helen Mukosi. I'm Chief Director, Strategic Planning. But in the strategic planning, we do have different directorates, but I'm not going to talk about all other directorates. I want to single out 2 directorates that played a key role in the study that I'm going to present to you. Well, I'm not going to present the study in detail, but I'll just give you the synopsis. Let me start by also indicating the environment that we worked in. When the HOD instructed us to come up with strategies that will enhance reading at grade 3, we had to put our heads together. We formed a steering committee, and the steering committee, the lead directorate was quality assurance, together with research. I'm with research today here. It was quality assurance together with research. Those were the lead directorates. But part of the steering committee was your curriculum and assessment, GET curriculum and assessment. And we did it deliberately because we know that whatever kind of tools that we have to come up with, it needs to be aligned with what curriculum is doing. So we had that kind of a steering committee, but we were thrown from pillar to post when we had to present to our provincial ELRC. because we had to negotiate to conduct this kind of study. Otherwise, it was not going to be accepted. So we had to go and do to get a buy-in from our provincial ELRC. And fortunately, we had that buy-in. But let me also hasten to say, this study that I'm going to talk about, just in synopsis, it's our second phase study. We did our first phase, which we were not very successful. We had to go back to the drawing board, and that is why we started with our PLRC, so that we get our ducks in the row. This one, in Gauteng, we have 1,100 primary schools, 1,140 primary schools. But we identified, or we sampled 830 schools, because we were specifically looking at those schools that are English, that are offering English FAL, because the study was about English FAL at grade 3. So only 830 schools were able to participate in the study itself. But when you look at that, you will see our instrument and the way we collected the data. But I want to also indicate that it was really a tedious exercise, if I can put it that way. We involved almost all our subject advisors across all 15 districts. Those that are specifically involved with GET. All the subject advisors, head office, curriculum officials, research officials, we involved all of them. Remember, the assessment, why I'm saying it was tedious, it's an individual assessment. You sit here, the learner sit there. The learner read for you, and individually like that. So you can imagine the mammoth task. But in the sample, we sampled 10 learners per school. So the 830 schools, it was 10 learners per school, not all learners, because it was really a mammoth task to sit and assess individual learners. You can even imagine the attention span of the learners when you assess them up to the level of assessing the comprehension. So it was really a very serious mammoth task that we had to do. So it was grade 3 and across all quintiles, from quintile 1 to quintile 5. We wanted to see where are we as GDE, but also our purpose was not only to want to see the level of reading only. Our HOD challenged us to say, you always tell me there are problems. What do I do with the problems? You need to tell me how to fix the problems. And that is why we pushed our staff to say, we need to come up with the what then. But let me put it aside for now, but and concentrate on the presentation. Go up, go up. These are the quintiles that participated, all quintile 1 up to quintile 5. And the ages, you can see them there. At least we had only 2 learners who are 14-year-olds, at least. And then we also looked into the issues of schools that are implementing EGRA or that are in the sample, and those that are PSRIP, and those who are doing both, and those who are not doing any of the 2. Remember, with PSRIP, I think we have around 270 schools in Gauteng that are sampled for PSRIP. And those that, but you'll be also surprised that those that, there are schools that are doing very well, even though they are not participating in these 2 programs. Yeah, the number of the gender, you can see the gender there. And we also have the number of schools per district that participated. The data is there in our warehouse. Yeah, the results. Now, what then? If you look at the very first part on your right-hand side, I'm not sure if it's the right-hand side, you can see that the results showed that we have those learners who could not read a word. Those learners, you give a learner a passage to read, a learner is struggled to start a word. So it was a bit disheartening to see that kind of a situation when you go to the schools. Those that that were only able to read between 1 and 46% that you can see. And those that could read, because the passage was in total 126 words. Those that could read between 82 words and 126 are 42. But at the same time, we developed a rubric where you see level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. We developed that with curriculum. We sat down, as I said, we had a steering committee. We developed that with curriculum, and those were the results. There were learners in our province, 34% of learners could read at least 10 words or less, 34% of learners. So those are the results. And of course, the results for us are really not pleasing. But I'll tell you what we are going to do as Gauteng. The graph that I want to also focus on, go up, is that green graph. That green one. Number of, because we had to go further and assess the understanding. Ne? We had to go further and assess how learners, the comprehension. We had 5 questions in the comprehension. So those were the results. Our learners who scored 0 were 42%. 42% could not answer 1 question. Because we had 5 questions. It was a passage. They would read a passage, and then they would have to answer 5 questions in that passage. But 42% of our learners could not answer a single question. And those who answered 1 correct question were 16%, as you can see. 1 question. And those who got all 5 correct questions were 12%. Only 12%. But now when we present this to the HOD wanted to eat us alive. To say, you have been in the system for so long. You cannot come now and tell me that learners cannot read with understanding. Learners cannot even answer questions in a comprehension. So we had to really think seriously about it. And let me also indicate to you, within the Chief Directorate Planning, within the branch, we have a section that deals with systemic evaluation. Systemic evaluation, their core function is to look at how the health of the system. Now, the health of the system is not only about how learners perform. It's about the whole system. What prompts learners to perform the way they are performing? What is the contributory factors? What are the contributory factors that are making learners to perform the way they are performing? So systemic evaluation and quality assurance were leading this process of the research. And one of the things that we are now at this stage doing is to say, looking at this, how learners are performing, what are other contributory factors that are contributing to this kind of the results. So this is our next stage that we are going to. Can you go to the last? I had to also deal with the team to say, we have the results, the HOD is not happy about the results, the whole top management in GDE are not happy about the results. What do we do? What then? Initially, we had a steering committee that I indicated, the curriculum, your assessment, your subject advisors, they formed that kind of a steering committee. Now, immediately after we present this to the HOD, we had to call all those participation, all those collaborations that we had with other directorates. And as I'm speaking to you, we have categorized primary schools in Gauteng. And one of the contributory factors to categorize those primary schools is based on these results, to say those learners in one school. Remember I said we sampled 10 learners in a particular school. So you find that in that particular school, all 10 learners could not even start to read. So those are the schools that we categorize as high risk. They are, for us, high risk. And when we talk high risk, it means we have to develop intervention strategies that are going to have to address the high risk schools. Because, as I said, if all 10 learners cannot read, it means there's something wrong. It's not only about the learners, it's about the health of the system, as I indicated. It's something wrong that is contributing towards learners performing the way they are performing. It could be resources, it could be teachers, it could be management, it could be environment, it could be parents. So systemic evaluation is looking into all those to say, what are the real issues that are contributing towards learners performing the way they are performing. But at the end, we came up with those recommendations. There are just a few recommendations that we came up with, but at the same time, we are in communication with our curriculum directorate to come up with those intervention strategies, because in most cases, the HOD will tell us that you cannot tell me about problems, you must give me solutions. So we usually have to prepare ourselves thoroughly to make sure that we give him solutions. And solutions for us is to categorize those schools as high risk and those that are not as high risk. But at the same time, to be looking at issues like usage of libraries. Are they utilizing the libraries? If schools do not have libraries, are they utilizing the municipality libraries? In Gauteng, we do have a section that deals with partnerships. And our partnerships is one of the key responsibilities for them to go and open doors for us to engage with all other intergovernment relations, to engage with all other municipalities. If there are libraries in municipalities, how are they utilized? Can we be, are we able to go into those to send our learners in those libraries in the municipalities to make sure that those libraries are utilized if the schools do not have libraries. But our second phase, Chairperson, is that we need to also look at the whole system and not only at learner performance, because learner performance forms just but one part of the health of the system. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mokotsi. Thank you so much for that. The panel took a little long, so we're not going to have a second round, but I'm going to see, are there any burning questions? I've got one, I've got two, I'm going to give a third question, and then I'm going to wrap it up. Third hand, perhaps? And there. Okay, let's take those three in that order, and then we will wrap up this first panel. Thanks. Over to you.
Please don't. Difficult questions?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to ask questions. In fact, pardon?
You want to ask difficult questions?
I'm not going to ask any difficult questions. It's just to inform you that the studies that I conducted for my master's and for my PhD corroborate the findings that came up with this quantitative research that you've done, and the same way with the quantitative research that's been conducted by Mpumi and the team. So I'm not going to try and delve deep into my study, but what I think keeps coming up is the issue of support. And what came out from my study is that the teachers need a lot of support. And because we are conducting quantitative study, we don't have time, or you don't have time to go into details with the teachers in terms of probing deeper into their world, how they experience teaching. So what maybe I can share with you is that one of the concerns that's coming out in my PhD is that a lot of teachers, because I also studied with all the teachers in the Mangaung district, and most of them said that their major problem is that, I think it also came out, that they are change weary. Because when I conducted my study, it was, during the period when we had curriculum 2005, and then we had RNC, and the changes just came furiously and overwhelmed the teachers. So that was one thing. They felt that they are not part of the processes that are taking place to empower them so that they can implement whatever changes that they do. So eventually what they said to me, they said they just deal with what works for them. What they say is that, okay, they complain about the 2 days, 3 days workshop. They say they go there and they pick up study guides. I don't know if you know SCAFT, but they call those policies and pamphlets and what, they call them SCAFTings. So when I walk in and they say, okay, Ramabenyaniki, let's bring our SCAFTings. They tell the learners know who's responsible for the SCAFTings. And it's only then that they start to engage with the policies, with the rules, with what new knowledge that they're supposed to apply. It's in the SCAFTings. They don't have time for that. So when I go out, the SCAFTings go back. So that is one other thing with the teachers. They need to feel empowered. So in my study, maybe this is something that you can also look at. In my study, I went there with the policy of participatory action research. I went there not to tell them that we have a problem with reading. I went there to ask them, what are the problems that they experience in teaching learners? And good heavens, you must look at the problems that they brought. So I kind of categorized the problems but the ones that are now relevant to reading with the learners. One of the problems is that, in fact, that I also experienced. The learners don't have books. They don't have African reading books. There are no Sotho reading books. There are no books. There are no big books. There are no. So what happens when they do the methodologies? The teacher will have one copy of the big book, and the learners have copies. They don't have books. They use copies to do their own guided reading. And what happens was that when the teacher is busy with the group to do the guided group reading, the learners are so intelligent. They memorize the stories that teachers do. And then when they were given activities to do in their groups, different activities, they don't do that. They read what the teacher is doing with the group. Because they have memorized, because there are few stories that are made, there are no books. There's no variety of reading material. So the only ones that they do, they memorize. So they just gaggle it out like that. So that is something that I think I should also bring to the table at the reading books in the schools. A child can only learn to read if he reads. The child can only advance to the stage of reading with accuracy and reading with fluency if that child reads every day and that child reads variety. And that child is supported by the teacher who understands his or her role as a person who scaffolds learning, a person who supports the learner, because she also knows. Another problem, the teachers, they really lack knowledge. They really need support in terms of building their content knowledge, in terms of what is reading. So those are just a few things that I wanted to share with you. There's a lot, but participatory action research, I started with the teachers to read policy.
Sorry, Doc, can you just wrap up your question?
Okay. It's not a question, it's just a comment.
Okay.
I'm just sharing what happened in my study. I know that you're anxious for me to stop, but it's a lot. So what I only wanted to put on the table is, let's try to look at participatory action research. How do we involve teachers? Like I'm sitting here and I'm observing, it's only us. The very same thing that they feel uncomfortable with. That there's no teacher here. And these teachers, when these things come to them, then they say, okay, it's theirs, it's their lunch boxes, their scaftings. They can keep them. We do what works for us. And they do a lot, I must say.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much. Number 2, where's the second one over there? You could pass it down, thanks.
Thank you. My question is for Ma'am Kashe about Setswana teachers who are non-mother tongue speakers. How does that happen? And then if you are still teaching them vocabulary and stuff. My other question, although it's not mentioned by anyone, I was at one province last month to Undersays, and then I discovered that scripted lessons are still going on. And they were quite happy about that. I don't know how you give someone a lesson prepared by someone else.
Last, number 3 was behind me over here.
Mine is only a comment, no question. We've been exposed to this, results repeatedly throughout the day, and the latest one is now the 42% that could not answer one question. So it's clear to me that it's no longer a crisis when it comes to reading. It became an emergency. I'm going to walk out here with that notion today.
That's true.
That we are actually faced with an emergency. But I'm sitting and I'm wondering, do we all do what we are supposed to do? I am trying to take it back to higher education institutions, and I'm thinking the Sotho languages, I'm thinking the Nguni languages, I'm thinking Xitsonga, I'm thinking Shivenda, and I'm wondering whether that teacher education programs, I'm wondering about those courses that they offer, I'm wondering about the modules that they offer. I wonder whether there are some modules in initial teacher education on reading. So that is higher education institutions. Then I'm thinking DBE, Department of Basic Education as well, who is predominantly responsible for teacher development and support. That's how we label and coin it. I'm wondering whether we are doing the support, the teacher development and the teacher support to these marginalized, sidelined, deprived, disadvantaged languages, or are we still doing the development and the training and the support in and through English? Or are we doing it in Tshivenda, in Xitsonga, in Sesotho? I'm asking myself that question, and I'm thinking in terms of support for these African languages, even the Department of Education need to step up, because I said at the start that it's an emergency and we need to treat it as an emergency. Then I'm thinking about the teacher in those classes, the implementer, the operationalist, whether he is having the required pedagogy, methodology, didactics, differentiated teaching strategies, and I wonder whether DBE and higher education institutions possibly up to now could have done better. And I want to highlight those two, because that teacher is highly dependent on what he's doing with regards to reading on the Department of Basic Education on the one side, and the higher education institutions who are the providers on the other side. That is only a comment. No response is required.
Can you just hold it for a moment? Okay. Thank you so much. I have one more question from the online forum, also to Ms. Mkhosi about the Gauteng process. So you had a bunch of recommendations following in response to the findings around things about libraries, drop all and read, parents, but there wasn't much about the teachers and teaching in grades 1 to 3. Whereas research suggests that it's one of the most important factors. So can you maybe say why that is, or if there are recommendations about teaching and teachers? So if you can respond, and then we need to move to the next panel. Thanks.
Yeah, I think, colleagues, this was just a summary. We do have a comprehensive report. I think we have a report is about 200 pages. The whole report is about 200 pages. This is just a summary, but as for teachers, we do have recommendations for teachers, and that is the reason in Gauteng we are also encouraging our teachers to also go for training in terms of a certificate in primary English language, CIPELT. I'm sure many of us know about it. Our primary school teachers are encouraged to participate and are encouraged to go for that training. But we do have recommendations for teachers and for teacher development. In fact, teacher development is very key in this study. We have a comprehensive report.
Great, thank you. Were there any other responses? Is there a response? It's a new question, I think.
Well, it's not a question, it's a response. I would like to respond to add to the comments there.
Okay.
From where I stand, I see a gap. There is a gap between the DBE as well as the higher education institutions when it comes to the programs that they are offering, because I don't know if they are being monitored properly to an extent that this gaps should be filled. But all I can say is that we need to make sure that the programs that are offered to the pre-service teachers will fill in the gap to an extent that when they get to schools, they are skilled enough, they are well equipped with the skills that can actually try and fill these gaps. Because right now, talking about the benchmarking, what I picked up is that the teachers, they need to be skilled, teachers who are the in-service teachers. But now what do we say about the pre-service teachers? Programs have to be in place to try and make sure that while we are skilling the in-service teachers, but the pre-service teachers must come out there with the skills already.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much. We have to wrap up this panel now. And we've got one more panel to go. The panelists just need to exchange mics. So we've got a 3-minute kind of stand up and stretch while the panelists are being replaced with the new panelists. So take your 3 minutes, and if we can quickly get everyone mic'd up. Thanks. Thanks to this panel.
Thank you.
I wasn't.
All right, everyone. We're ready to go for the final session of the day. So if you could wrap up your bilateral discussions on the side.
She said no.
All right, everyone can take a seat and calm down and get ready for the final panel. As I mentioned earlier, this final panel now continues.
It's assessment now.
Please settle down, everyone. The final panel is we have a range of partners who are not part of government. We're going to be, the first one was about sector responses, the education sector. This is going to be responses from the education ecosystem, which I'm also interested to hear what the difference between the education sector is and the education ecosystem. But that's how it is in the program. But we have, firstly, from Zenex, we have Lauren Fock. Then from the University of Limpopo, we have Dr. Maledu, who's going to speak. Then from Fundawande, we have Nangam Sontate. And from Room to Read, we have Vanessa Francis. So those are the panelists for the next session. So as in the previous session, there's going to be one round, not 2 or 3 questions, just one input from each of you for the sake of time. And if you could share with us the work you do in your organization, in your space in the ecosystem, and how it relates especially to reading and measuring reading, and how you see these benchmarks influencing the ecosystem and especially the work you do. So with that said, Lauren, could you kick us off, please? Thank you.
Hi, Stephen. Thank you. I'm assuming that you can all hear me.
Not yet.
Okay, I'll just wait for the gentleman in the corner of the room to help me come alive.
We're entering the 3rd industrial revolution, one step at a time.
Exactly. I don't know if this one is faulty. It might be. Okay. I can...
There is something here.
I think a mic will be on the way.
Okay.
I don't know. Mine, 212. Mine.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. So, thanks, Stephen, and thank you for the invitation. So, I work for Zenex Foundation, and we are a grant maker who supports maths and language education, where we fund interventions, teacher development at both pre-service and in-service level. We invest in resource development around teacher and learner resources. And we also engage in a lot of work around research and evaluation. And the Benchmarks project forms part of our research portfolio to promote African languages in schools, which is a key focus. So the first thing I want to say in terms of how the benchmarks can be used broadly in the sector, I mean, I think the first thing I want to say is just to thank DBE for their leadership in developing African benchmarks for all the African languages in the early grades. I mean, it's no mean feat, and we can see the high quality of the research that's been going on. And I think that, you know, we've spoken about how the team is a dream team, but what we haven't spoken about is how this is a significant milestone. And I think that that's something we really need to acknowledge. And I think one of the other reasons why it's important is because, and maybe it's just because I want more positive stories to tell, but I kind of feel like, you know, I'm very, very keen to move from a deficit view of where our learners and how badly they're reading to something which says that, you know, our Chibenda learners are meeting the benchmarks that we've agreed amongst ourselves, and it's the bar that we've set for success. And in that way, sort of beginning to develop our own agency around how we are measuring what success looks like. And I think that is this event is saying that. I think it's also so if I were to go into how you know, so I'm wanting to integrate the two questions as you've asked, Stephen. So I think that in Zenex, you know, we have been working in teacher development projects. And I think that for many of our literacy projects, we always struggled with this notion of what does success look like. And I think, Lily, you'll remember that in our projects. And so we actually started using the EGRA, and our benchmarks was to use the top performing school in our sample and the lowest performing school. And we use that as a measure of our own internal benchmark in that project. And so we really welcome this initiative for the entire country to embrace and to look at. I think that for, as a donor, and I think for many other donors, yes, there you go, for many other donors, I think that this is an opportunity for us to use a tool in all of our project interventions, in particularly our monitoring and evaluation projects and our research designs in terms of when we work in the schools. I think that just as Ms. Mahosi said, that learners are just one part of assessing system health, I think it's something I really want to stress the importance of in terms of this morning session, that benchmarks is just one part of the reading proficiency ecosystem. And I think the reason why I'm saying that is that sometimes our system is very desperate to have a diagnosis, a metric to measure our own health. And sometimes we sort of take that to an extreme. And then it becomes, I was just saying this to Martin this at lunch, that sometimes I hope we don't use the benchmarks as our next Annas, for example, that the system doesn't take it to the other extreme. And so, so I think that, so it's an important that when we look at that, we look at the entire system. I think if I were to just say 3 elements in which I think we can include them in some of our interventions, I think the issue of training teachers to conduct assessments, both informal as well as these formal benchmarks. I think that Dr. Mahosi, or Ms. Mahosi said earlier on, she described the process of doing these assessments as tedious. And I think that they can be. And I think that it takes a lot of work, and it's very painstaking, and it's very labor intensive. And so that is the kind of work we're asking our teachers to do. Do you know what I'm saying? And they've got big classes. So we really need to think about what it means to implement this at classroom level. And they also need training to do that. Because it's really, if we want it to be a scientific measurement, then they need training to do that. And then the second part is, what do you do with it? What do you do with the result? And do our teachers have the competency and skill to then develop remediation strategies and differentiated approaches in supporting our struggling learners? So those are some of the very real things that we need to tackle in answering the question, what now, right? So, I mean, the other project, that Zenix is involved in is in the senior phase. And I'm thinking we've just collected reading and comprehension results at the grade 8 and 9 level. And we're going to try and use some of these benchmarks, especially those set at grade 7 and 6, to assess what do our grade 8s look like, So those are some of the things. Let me go to the other thing about I think that in terms of what donors would also like to do is in terms of entering into a partnership with DBE on this level, is that we really think that it's important that DBE lead the advocacy effort in this regard. I think that it takes a system to move and to embrace change, and to, even though it's something that's welcome, I think they need to lead that effort in terms of not just donors, but also NGOs, trade unions, etc. So we all speak the same language. I think people have mentioned this, that we need to ensure integration in both policy and practice, and particularly in our curriculum. I think one of the earlier speakers spoke about how the curriculum says, you know, teachers only have to do 8 sounds in grade 1. I think that, that benchmarks should not then also be used as a tick box compliance tool, but then much more as a diagnostic tool to engage in differentiated strategies around supporting reading and languages. And I think part of that ecosystem that I was mentioning earlier on is the issue of time on task, which I think somebody did mention, that it's all good and well to have benchmarks, but if our teachers are not actually using every single day to teach, then I think we're in trouble. I mean, I can say that, you know, we were trying to do evaluation activities at senior phase in term 4. We were told categorically, no learning is happening. No teaching is happening in term 4. That's no learning from late September, October, right through to December. Yeah, it's extraordinary, and I think that those are some of the challenges that we need to look at. And then I think that the benchmarks is also it shouldn't be seen as a static tool. I think we need to agree that it needs to be reviewed every 5 or 10 years, because hopefully our system will improve. And then we'll need more, greater targets. And so we call in for a coordinated plan with different players so that we implement the benchmarks in a focused way to answer the question, what now?
Thanks so much, Lauren. With that, let's go straight ahead to Dr. Maledu and hear more from a School of Education, a pre-service point of view, and with us, obviously with your special focus on SEPEDI as well. Over to you, Dr. Maledu.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Afternoon.
I'm Ablonia Ditloriso Maledu. I'm from Limpopo, University of Limpopo. I'm a lecturer in the School of Education, Language Education Department, specializing in SEPEDI. But I'm not working for foundation phase, but I do moderate their work, and I was also part of this program. So when we talk about foundation phase, that is according to the South African context. It's the phase in the schools that constitutes the 4 years of early childhood development and the initial stage of schooling. That is set by the Department of Education. That is grade R to grade 3, focusing on on the primary skills, knowledge and values that lay the foundation for further learning. So the 3 programs that are offered in foundation phase are literacy, numeracy, and life skills, with the medium of instruction being home language. That should be the home language. So when we talk about the foundation phase learner, we must be very careful, because we talk about a very small person who, according to me, is very fragile, that we should take with care. And the child needing support, the child that always need to be praised for their self-esteem to always be at a good level. And the child that needs to be loved, there should be also care. Meaning that if we can, these are just a few, because I couldn't write everything. And we need to be very, very careful when we work with the foundation phase kids, because if we don't consider who they are, that means we are going to affect them negatively. especially that they are using their language, they will be understanding everything that is spoken to them. Like it was said by Joshua, 2006, saying that if a child fails at this stage, this is the foundation phase stage, he or she will be adversely affected and may even drop out of the schooling system before having had an opportunity to explore his or her learning potential. We used to talk about our kids being in the street. I used to give people an example, or sometimes I feel these kids have been long on the street. It's just that they were still young. They still needed somehow our care. But the reason why, or the way that this system is being placed, I think we are confusing them. We really confuse our learners from a very, very young age, especially in the foundation phase. So, as the higher education institutions, being the colleges, the universities, in different faculties or schools, we are responsible for producing the teachers that are having particular traits that should suit with the learners they are going to teach in schools. I was even afraid to say I'm responsible for producing the teachers because of what was said before. But no problem, because we are here to yeah. So there are some of the traits that are expected from the foundation phase teacher that should be passionate to teaching. They are not like the teachers maybe in the secondary schools or somewhere. They should have that passion because they are working with, or even though all teachers should have passion, but in the case of the foundation phase, passion plus nurturing plus deep love, a lot of things that are needed from that kind of a teacher. So the teacher should be able to embrace and manage diversity in the classroom and also promote inclusivity. After you have identified the diversity in class, you should find a way of managing this inclusivity. Every child must be part of the class, not be excluded because of this and that. Meaning that that kind of a teacher should be a parent. There should be good communication with the learners and parents and also other stakeholders, be reflective and critical thinkers. The teachers should have the ability to develop learners' interest and abilities, maybe through different activities. They are still young, they are not sure of what is happening in the school. It's the responsibility of the teacher to develop that or to develop that interest to the learners. They should also be good planners. I heard one of the panelists talking about the teachers that just take what is given to them. Pre-prepared lesson plans or any other material that comes from somewhere. That is shows a sign of laziness sometimes. Because if you can look at what is happening in the foundation phase, most of the materials that teachers are always complaining about, they come in English. Most of the materials, they are in English, they should translate. Instead of translating, some just take what is appearing on those materials, like we already heard about the issue of giraffe. How can you be lazy to just change the word? Or this is not giraffe. Let me not tell these learners something of another language. The foundation phase teachers should be very, very, very cautious because they are working with the learners, they are very fragile. So the skills that are being taught there, reading and phonics, listening and speaking, writing and handwriting, even though we know that the skills should be integrated in class. We don't teach one skill without integrating it with other skills. Like now we are busy with reading. That means we should also go back as we are busy with the research and attend to other skills so that we can build this learner in all the different types of skills. So coming to benchmarking, from this study, the findings of the study, I was like, there came a question in my mind, or as the lecturers in colleges and universities, with these results, are we doing the right thing? What is it that we are doing? Where do we go wrong? That is what came to my mind once I heard about these results or the findings of the research. So as the lecturers or the people responsible for producing the teachers, the benchmarking help us to assess ourselves. Okay, can you go to the assessing our own performance, comparing our performance with others. Sometimes they say you should learn from the best. If people are beating you on something, you will have to learn from those people. How do you manage to get to this point? And in the benchmarks, they help us to indicate the performance gaps. After we have realized where we are lacking, then we must identify the performance gaps and identify the improvement areas and also achieve continuous improvement, because it should not be a once-off activity. So why reading benchmarks for higher education institutions? They inform our institutions on their practice. Once they say the learners are not able to read, that means you get an information from that, or there is something maybe that we are not doing right. Like I already said, it tells us about the weaknesses and the strengths in terms of the trainings that we are offering to the foundation phase teachers on specified problems, like now as we are talking about reading. And these challenges might be in terms of the structuring of our programs. We might be structuring our programs, in such a way that they do not support certain skills, like we talk of reading, or maybe the teaching methods that we are giving or we are guiding our students on, they do not satisfy the needs of the identified challenge or problem, or even the assessment methods or the techniques, or even the LTSMs. There's a lot. There is a lot that might be affecting this performance more with the learners. And then in the implementation of the benchmarks, assessing the practice will assist us to improve where necessary. This doesn't mean because the learners are not performing, maybe the problem or all the problems are with the training they are getting from the institutions. Where the practice, there should be an improvement. The cause of the problem might be identified by revisiting and reviewing our documents, like I've already mentioned some, the module contents, the methodologies, assessment methods and tools, LTSMs, the planning, all those revisited. And if we find that there are challenges or there are certain problems with those, then that is where improvement can be made. But
Can you take 1 minute to wrap it up, please?
okay,
Yeah, 1
it's
minute.
fine.
Thanks.
But let us not only think or the problems are coming from the training side. There are quite a number of factors that might be contributing to this. Like they already talked about the curriculum. And another thing is the issue of the language, the language that the teachers are being trained with. If you can see or you check, all the institutions where these foundation phase teachers are being trained, they are trained in English. There are very few institutions where you can find that the foundation phase teachers, especially the indigenous languages, are taught in indigenous languages. That is one of the problems. That might be one of the problems. And another thing is the issue of the materials, like it was said. I remember one of the students telling me that at schools they are receiving, like I already said, the English materials, and they have to translate. And another thing, the CAPS document, as already said by some of the colleagues here. I think that is all. Hey.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maledu. Let's hear now from Nangamso Mtsatse and then
Sure.
from Vanessa France. If you guys can try to keep it to 5 minutes, man,
Sure.
please, so we can wrap up.
Sure, yeah,
Nangamso.
no, I'm very scared of Stephen, so yeah, I will.
Sitting right
Five,
here.
Sitting right here. Okay, very quickly, I'm Unangamso Mtsatse. I work for an MPC called Funda One Day, and we are particularly interested in or working in to improve learner outcomes in both literacy and numeracy in the foundation phase. And we do that by experimenting different types of models or interventions for take-up or for scale. And basically, we are working very hard to be part of the solution making of why we're here today. Very quickly, sort of my brief to speak around what does this mean for program implementers from a measurement perspective. I think, firstly is to say that, echoing Asanda's point, is that there's different interpretations, both from at a teacher level and as well as from program work of what does progression look like. And I think one of the things that these benchmarks enable us to do is that there are set guidelines of what that looks like. So, she's gone. We're no longer going to have these debates about where children should be at what point. And I think secondly, if you think of our big tagline is all children reading for meaning by the age of 10, this enables us to be able to also develop realistic expectations and goals. What does that mean? 2030 is 8 years ago, and I wonder if how far are we just from the wonder where we are in the 3 provinces to realizing that goal. And I think one of the things that the benchmarks allows us is to sort of measure that or measure those milestones. Linked to that, and I think Lauren mentioned it, is to say designing targeted response as an intervention or interventions that are working to support teachers. This enables us to know exactly how do we respond both at a classroom level, learner level, and as well as a teacher level. And I think more increasingly, definitely for us, is looking around intervention cost versus learner improvement. We're debating a lot about that. How much are we spending per learner in our program versus the gains that we're seeing? So for instance, our lowest costing intervention costs 220 per learner. Our highest intervention or high dose intervention almost costs 990 Rand per learner. So in regards to these benchmarks, are we actually investing as much as what we are seeing on the sort of on the learner outcome base? And I think some of the things that we've been learning increasingly is that some of the bottlenecks of teacher behavior is that we do a lot of training, we do a lot of capacity building, but does this really translate into the classroom? And I think this type of benchmark enables very quick, simple turnaround feedback to the teachers to say, well, we're not it's not translating. Yes, you've been to roads and you have been having your quarterly training and so forth. So it enables that simple and quick time frames and live data feedback for the teachers. And as an organization that also invests a lot in teacher training and professional development, I think there's an opportunity here. And I know there's many organizations, civil society organizations that do a lot of teacher training, is to say, how do we incorporate these in the trainings that we do? And I think, Bumi, we probably need a session like this just for NGOs to sort of also, like Lauren said, both advocate but educate on how we can best use this and incorporate this in our programs. Almost as if to say, how do we get these benchmarks to be the norm of teacher practice? And I think we are here to support DBE's efforts and not sort of try to create parallel systems as interventions. And I'll probably end off, and probably end off as an organization that works very closely with the provinces, so in this case, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Limpopo. It's a pity that the Western Cape guys also left, because I quickly grabbed Almaretta. I was like, in the rollout next year, we need to incorporate this as part of the monitoring of the rollout. And also, I know that you guys were involved or were invited in the ECDOE launch, where you have shared and sort of tried to influence them to adjusting their benchmarks to these most recent one, and likewise with Limpopo. So yeah, I think everything else has been said, and I think from a civil society NGO space, that's what I have for today. Thank you.
Thanks, Nangamso. Thanks so much. Vanessa, over to you for a final input in this session.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes.
You can. So I'm from Room to Read, a global NGO that was established in South Africa in 2006. We implement a literacy program in primary schools, and our focus is on early grade literacy skills in the foundation phase, as well as a habit of reading through school libraries. We implement structured pedagogy with training and coaching, integrated classroom resources, but also most importantly, learner tracking assessments that we help teachers to do, and impact evaluations using the EGRA. Currently, we're working in 334 schools across 3 provinces, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and KZN, in Sepedi and isiZulu, and next year we'll be adding Xitsonga. And then just to talk a little bit about the evaluations, we've been implementing the EGRA type evaluations in these project schools since 2013, unfortunately based on the fluency benchmark in English. Really difficult. So we're really grateful for this leadership from the DBE. We think it's really unique, and we also really appreciate this directorate leveraging the inputs from stakeholders, because we were able to offer our data into the Sepedi study. And that's the commitment now from Room to Read, actually across the countries we work in, to actually support government-led benchmarking studies and not try to come up with our own benchmarks, which we did do for a period of time. And then I was asked to speak a little bit about program design. I think that there was a lot of rich information. It wasn't just about this is the benchmark. It was also about how do you recognize where learners are, which learners are at risk at different grades. Especially Lesang's presentation, I think, gave a lot of really deep information. So one of the recommendations, and in fact it's the kind of program we're already implementing, is to have a systematic phonics instruction program that's originated in the African languages, with attention given to the letter sounding, the letters, the syllables, and the words. And while the benchmark for the end of grade 1 might be letter sounding, we don't just focus on letters in grade 1. In fact, in the program I'm talking about, children start reading little stories as early as week 5 in grade 1. That is if you have the correct sequence of the phonics to be able to use a lot of common words early on. The other thing we would also say for program design is that we should have daily practice in reading extended text at appropriate levels. Every learner should have that daily practice. Our CAPS doesn't really encourage that, because when you think about that guided reading aspect, there are other children sitting in the classroom not necessarily reading. So one has to figure out how every individual child can get that daily reading practice. With that focus on fluency and then later on comprehension and different levels of questioning. So I also want to talk a little bit about the Ulwazi Lwetu project that we're being funded by Zenex to develop. We at Room to Read are working on the Sotho languages group. Maltino, that's here, is working on 5 other languages, and Nelson Mandela Institute is working on one language, isiXhosa, in the Eastern Cape. And there, I think, there's a lot of rich material that will speak directly to children achieving these reading benchmarks through the way these graded readers have been developed, the way the leisure readers have been developed, and the kind of worksheets and other additional guides that go along with it. 2 more minutes?
Okay, 1.5.
1.5, okay. So I want to talk a bit about the assessment that we do as part of our program. We try to help teachers do a learner tracking type of assessment twice a year. It's similar to the EGRA, where you find out if the children can read the letters and read a little paragraph and so on, pretty much the way someone in the previous panel described. Teachers get very excited during the training at the idea of being able to do this assessment. It takes them a very long time because it's oral. They've got to sit with individual learners. There's no time dedicated for that. They get through that, but then they've got to analyze the results, they've got to interpret the results, and they've got to figure out intervention strategies. So you asked Mpumi, I think, what the difficulties might be. And I think that's going to be part of the difficulty. It's really important that we make sure teachers understand that there are these fluency benchmarks and we should be aspiring towards that, but helping them to do those assessments to track learners, that's going to be the difficult part. I'm going to stop there, even though I have other things to say.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Thank you. Folks, we're over time, so I'm going to unfortunately not allow any more questions or comments and move towards the final item, which is for me to do a vote of thanks, next steps, and closure. So let me stand here, I think, just so I can look at everyone. So I'm going to change the order and do next steps, then vote of thanks, and then closure. All right, so under next steps, I want to just remind everyone that in about a month, maybe someone knows the exact date, a very important event is happening. What is it? Christmas. Anyone else waiting eagerly? Pearls. Pearls results, I think, should be coming out in about a month. Is it delayed? Till when? Really? Okay, well, that's discouraging in its own right. But, but Pearls results are coming out sometime soon, we hope, unless there's been a major disaster somewhere along the way. And Pearls comes out every 5 years. And gives us these alarming statistics about what's happening at a grade 4 level in terms of reading with comprehension and with adequate levels of comprehension. And usually there's a bit of a hoo-ha, and we kind of talk about it for a while, but then 5 years is quite a long time. We move on until the next time. But I think hopefully what these benchmarks will help with is making sure that we don't just wait every 5 years to look at the tip of the iceberg, to use the analogy that Mpumi has popularized, but rather that we look more regularly, so not just every 5 years, at this important outcome of children learning to read, and we look beneath the iceberg. So we don't just look at the outcome of what percentage of children learn to read, but we track progress from an earlier stage, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and we do that more regularly. And we do that nationally, provincially, in the classroom as teachers, ideally even parents and the wider community could be doing this. We've heard from provinces and districts and NGOs how we can do a better job of that. And the other thing to think about is that, obviously these types of, when we look at data on reading, we see these statistics and results which are often alarming. And to some extent we're tempted to say, we don't want to see the problems unless you have solutions. Or we don't want to kind of too much monitoring and accountability if there isn't enough support. But if you look at what our section has been doing for the last 10 years roughly, we've done a lot of work on figuring out what kinds of supports are most effective. And hopefully now this bit of work around benchmarks and will shift the focus to the outcomes in a way that helps advocate for effective forms of support in the sector. So I think it's not kind of support or knowing what's happening or knowing about the problems. There's a relationship. We do need to be real and know what's happening and understand things better and understand things in each language, how the language works together as children learn to read. And hopefully that will inform support and advocate for more support, which is what ultimately generates the change. So that's a little bit about next steps. We've developed a lot of benchmarks. There are still some to be developed, which are Tshivenda, Tsonga, and English home language are on the cards. These are the future plans for developing further benchmarks, but we're already moving, as you can see in today's discussion, towards using benchmarks. They're not just there as ornaments on the bookshelf. They hopefully are intended to inform practice in various ways, as we've just discussed. So the next steps are about putting it into practice. So with that, let me move to a vote of thanks. And there are many people to thank. The first group is all the donors, and there are many, many donors and partners to mention. They are on the back page, or inside the back page of the program, and it looks kind of like a assessment card. So let me see how I do. How many donors is correct per minute I can read. So we've got Zenex, we've got UNICEF, we've got USAID, we've got Fundo Wande, we've got UCT, RECEP, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, the International Initiative for Impact Evaluation, 3IE, we have Wits University, we have Northwest Province, Mpumalanga, we have Stellenbosch University, Room to Read, UNISA, Alan Gray Orbis Foundation, the ESRC Council, we've got the University of Pretoria, the Western Cape Government, the Northwest University, the University of Limpopo, the World Bank Group, SOLDRU, Anglo-American, and the University of the Free State. These are a lot of partners, many of whom are donors, others have been partners in other ways, and this work could not have been done without such a big collaboration. So thank you to all of them. Let's give them all a round of applause. So that's the first group to thank. The second group to thank, I would categorize as linguists, analysts, and data partners who've been working on these benchmarks. So the linguists in the various languages have played a crucial role in terms of their expertise. There have been data analysts, which kind of merge the language skills with the data analysis and statistical skills. And then there's been data partners. We've used a lot of data that other organizations have spent money to collect and then have generously shared that data with us. Some of the data has been government collected data, but others has been collected by many of the partners I've just mentioned. In particular, I need to mention a few organizations in terms of the data and analysis partners. There's Soldru, RECEP, and Room to Read have played a key role in that area. And one person who has been mentioned but who's not here today is Professor Kelly Ardington. She has been crucial and invaluable and has given generously of her expertise and time. I think she's the only JPAL affiliated researcher in South Africa, if I'm not mistaken. So very highly ranked professor internationally as well. And she's given a lot of time to working on the data and to mentoring some of our young up-and-coming junior data analysts. So to that group, let's give them a round of applause. Then I want to thank all the provincial officials who have collaborated with us over the last few years and who are here today, as well as the subject advisors and those working in the district. It's great to have some of you with us today, and you play a key role in working with us in the various projects over the last few years. Then want to thank all the participants in today's program, everyone that presented, whether as a panel member or presenting benchmarks. Thank you so much for your contributions today. Let's give the provinces, the districts, and the program participants a round of applause. Then to the team that I'm part of, the Research Monitoring and Evaluation team, also led by our fearless leader, Carol Nugadeliwe, who opened proceedings this morning. I want to thank everyone in the team for today. Everyone has really got stuck in, got their hands dirty, and has helped make today possible. In particular, Sasa has helped a lot on the project management, administration of today, so thanks to Sasa. Thanks in particular to Lesang for all the work on the benchmarking. You've done a great job, Lesang, in supporting the benchmarking work. But mostly, I think everyone here probably realizes it, but we do need to thank and recognize the work done by Mpumi in leading this whole work. Well done, Mpumi. Mpumi has had the vision and has had the energy and the hours and the inability to say no to make this work happen. So well done to Mpumi. Lastly, thank you to everyone for attending today, whether in person or online. Thanks to all the attendants today. And so let me close by sending you out. So go forth and use these benchmarks to elevate the status of all of our languages, to draw attention to reading and the process of learning to read, to better understand how we are doing and to track progress in our reading progress, and to inform and to encourage better teaching and learning in the future. That's it. All right.